Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to begin a playthrough of the Talos Principle. This is a critically acclaimed puzzle game, although I know next to nothing about it. During approximately the first 5 minutes of play, which I have done was testing the game to make sure that it actually works, I've discovered there seems to be strong themes of both robotics, androids specifically, and religion, which is interesting. I've also noticed the letter theta, the Greek letter theta, cropping up quite a lot, which is also interesting. Oh, I'm doing quite well, Yisha. Thank you for asking. One other announcement. I've decided that I will not be continuing with Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance for the foreseeable future, mainly because I can see that the final challenge I'd set myself would take me a long time to achieve, and it was never a popular stream, which I can understand, because it largely consisted of me playing the same game over and over and over again, and I suppose that just doesn't have a great deal of appeal. So with that said, let's get into it. So we'll be starting a new game. Wish me luck. Initializing firmware. Firmware functional. Loading child program parameters. Then a version number loaded. System check passed. Starting child process. Ready. And so this is where the game begins, and we appear to have been...
Child, you are risen from the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your maker, and I am called Elohim. Seek me in my temple, if you are worthy.
So those were those religious themes that I was referring to. Also, absolutely no worries, Yisha. That is absolutely fine. Of course, I can hardly expect you to be around all the time. And it's lovely to see you when you are around. What was I saying? Yes, we appear to have woken up on this... what would you even call it? I mean, it's obviously a piece of masonry, but it resembles a bed, sort of. There's probably is a proper name for this, but I can't think what it is now. It's not quite like an altar, although I suppose it could be. And we're in what looks like quite heavily run down Greco-Roman ruins. I don't really know enough to be more specific than that. Quite a few statues around, although largely their features are lost. So we can't really tell whether they're human or otherwise. Although there appear to be quite a lot of is this painting? Yeah, it is painting, isn't it? There seem to be quite a lot of paintings about that depict... well, that appears to be an execution for some reason, with an angel overlooking. In this way, it does remind me quite a lot of early Christian art coming from the Roman Empire, but that's just guesswork on my part. So absolutely no idea what's going on so far. Oh, I should be clear, I am fairly certain that I am playing an android, not least because of the whole firmware sequence that we saw when we started the game, apparently in the clouds, but also due to the robotic hand we saw just as we woke up. Let's carry on. Oh, incidentally, Yisha, have you... Oh, sorry. Initiating child program logic check. Incidentally, Yisha, are you familiar with this game, or is this a new game to you? Subject-object interaction, okay. Yes, I've played about the first 5 minutes of this game, so I know, for example, that I can't just walk through this and I need to use the jammer. Oh goodness, this will be a new experience for the both of us. Complex test management, okay. It certainly looks very interesting. Another thing that I've discovered is that these things appear to exist, and if I approach it, it gets unhappy, and if I were to stay close to it, it would actually run into me and explode, killing me. But if I die, time appears to rewind. In fact, why don't I show that? This happens for some reason. And then we see correcting for errors done, reloading child program done. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if perhaps it's part of the... Yes, it could be a simulation. That's what I was about to suggest. It's possible that in terms of the game's narrative, what just happened didn't actually happen, and that was just a simulation. Or another possibility that occurred to me is there was a version number on the firmware when we just started the game. So another possibility I thought of is maybe there's a lot of these androids being made, and like every time they make one, they test it, and then if it dies, then they, well, I say died, is destroyed. I don't suppose we know if we're sentient or not. Then they make another one with updated firmware, and perhaps like we're, in terms of the narrative of the game, now a different android taking over where the last one left off. I don't know. That is complete guesswork on my part. We'll have to see. Handily, these jammers seem to work on machines like these as well. Spatial awareness, okay. I'll tell you one thing I should test right at the beginning of the game. If I run into this thing, will it still explode? No, it seems completely inert. That's good to know. I was just thinking that's probably worth establishing now, rather than later, when it may actually make a significant difference to solving puzzles. This is exactly what it looks like, as you can see. I'll stop deliberately killing myself after from this point on. And I can also jam that usefully. More interesting archaeology.
All across this land, I have created trials for you to overcome. And within each, I have hidden a sigil. It is your purpose to seek these sigils, for thus you will serve the generations to come and attain eternal life.
Eternal life, he says. I would suggest that implies that we're probably sentient. I mean, it certainly implies life, which isn't quite the same as sentience, but... I mean, it's hard to... I don't know, would a creature that's not sentient care about eternal life? Anyway, there are these QR codes about, which apparently I can read. I find myself in a world of impossible architecture and inexplicable machines. I cannot fathom how it works, and I am terrified to put one foot in front of the other, lest I fall through the floor. 1W stroke Faith, version 10.1.0. Oh, that reminds me, I think there was another one back here that I haven't looked at. I don't know where I am, but there is something beautiful about this place. I'll explore and see what I can discover. At V17.1. not 54. And it's funny because these attributations simultaneously seem almost like version numbers, but they also have an air to them as though they're quotations from a Bible. Maybe that's just my own supposition, but that's what they remind me of. And now we're officially as far as I got to this in this game whilst testing. So everything after this is going to be as much as a surprise to me as it is to you. I'll tell you what, there is one thing I did look at, this. This has 3 sigils on it, and if I try to activate it, it says this lock requires more sigils. So I am guessing that around here somewhere there are sigils to be acquired. Interesting, that looks like a little Tetris block. Is that one of the sigils we are looking for? No. We appear to be looking for 2 L-shaped sigils, L's that are on their side. Actually, that's technically the wrong way round, isn't it? If you were to rotate that up 90 degrees, that wouldn't be an L. But vaguely L-shaped sigils, and one of those. So I guess I should be looking for them. This looks like the way. A switch out of reach. Right, another one of those little bombs. Okay, we have a jammer. Is that the switch I need? Well, I can't go around that way. And going this way doesn't seem very productive. So, looking at the layout, I probably need to go round that way. Probably. I wonder how old that tree is. Probably not very old. Depends what species it is, of course, but that's probably no more than 10 years old. Just wondering how long this dilapidation has been going on. Because honestly, although it looks very wrecked, it's in surprisingly... it's surprisingly not as collapsed as you might think. Anywho. Yeah. I believe... Yeah. I can get close to a point, but then it will attack me. So maybe I'm supposed to deactivate it from over here? Ah, I can. Okay, that is very good to know. So my jammers outrange the minigun turrets. Ah, and this switch actually connects to it. So presumably if I flip the switch and then I take away the jammer, yes, it remains deactivated, which is good to know. And that appears to be the sigil I'm looking for. Don't mind me. So far so good. Now, years of playing Doom make me very nervous of just taking something in the just in the open like this, but it's probably okay. Yep. Oh, and even a shortcut.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are the sigils of our name. Each brings you closer to eternity.
Right, I can run. Now, when he says our name, is that the royal hour? Or does he actually mean we share a name? Outnumbered. Ooh, I just had a thought. I haven't yet figured out what this glowy stuff in the middle of portals is about. But what I just thought is maybe I'm not allowed to bring equipment through them. Maybe that's why they exist. Let's test that. Because the first thing I thought when I saw the bomb over there is, can I bring this gemma through? No, I can't. And I take it I can't jam the field itself? No. So, apparently this is some sort of field I cannot jam. Good to know. That's funny. I didn't do that. Right, outnumbered. Ah, here's a jammer. Ah, and that is one of the fields I can disrupt. That's interesting. So it's trying to get through, but it's stopped by the field as well. So is the idea that I turn the field on and then off so it's trapped on the other side? Ah, but I'm gonna need to jam this unless it's also got a power cable coming out of it that I can exploit. No. Yep, I'm not going to be able to get even remotely close to it, am I? So I would suggest that is probably the solution to the puzzle then. I probably trap the bomb on the other side. And then and only then do I disable the turret. Oh, that's what I must have seen. I was walking past here and I thought I saw something in the that flashed past quickly. It must be that little schematic. Right, let's carry on. Yep, it's trapped. Sigil 2.
Well done, child. Only one more sigil is needed.
And it will be this one. Of course. Oh, sorry. Striding the beaten path. I think that said. Is that right? Yes. I suppose an important question is, should we be following this voice in our head? Up till now we haven't exactly had much choice in the matter, but I don't know who they are. They claim to be my maker. Do I know that to be true? No? Even if it is true, does that mean that they can be trusted anyway? Not particularly, especially given the degree to which they seem to be threatening my life. Can I deactivate that from over here? No, I can't. Okay, so it looks like just something as simple as a metal fence will prevent the jammer from working. Ooh, there's what I'm after. So I probably have to get that bomb trapped over there and then wait for that bomb to be a safe distance away. And then I can turn the corner and deactivate that field, and we've got the third sigil.
My temple awaits you, child. Go forth.
Go forth carefully. So, I wonder what we're going to find in the temple. Okay. Oh, is this a puzzle? Oh, I see. But it tells me what the solution is. That makes it considerably easier. That's strange. Oh, I see. Fair enough. What's that? I'm feeling fairly mistrusting up till this point. Oh, it's a computer. Or a terminal, at least. Looks like a CRT monitor, which is an interesting juxtaposition, given that I seem to be an incredibly advanced... I seem to be an artifact of incredibly advanced computing technology, and the monitor itself is not. Loading library session done. Mounting local disks. 47 million distributed resources found. Connecting network drives. Error. Network inaccessible. Loading Milton Library Assistant. Error. MLA unresponsive. Initiating command prompt. Done. Library archive session ready. Guest at local. Hash. So this looks quite a lot like a Linux command prompt. So, hi, what's this? Hello world. ASDFA dir. Dir would work if it was DOS based. That would show me what's in the directory. Unknown command. Type help for list of available commands. Help then. LS would be the... Hold on, can I type anything I like if I use the mouse and keyboard? No. Help. Yeah, we should type help. LS would be the equivalent command if this was Unixy. Not quite. Not quite Unixy. List. Display a list of available resources. Resources, not files and directories in the current directory, in the current working directory. So that's notable. Open file name. Show contents of a file. See you later, Jenny. Run MLA. Load Milton Library Assistant. Advanced interface. Didn't it say that the Milton Library Assistant was unresponsive? So that's probably not all that helpful. Let's try list. Searching for locally cached resources. Welcome.eml. Yes, it is an odd terminal. But I mean, I can only assume we're in the far future, so presumably it's based on some sort of operating system that we don't currently have. In fact, I don't even know that this is supposed to be our world. It could be just a fantasy world. What have we got? Lock. Oh, sorry. That's not the file name. What is that then? So in the middle we have what looks to be dates, although they do look a bit suspicious. I'm guessing ML is probably markup language. So something markup language. Athena 6.txt, which apparently is dated 1912 CE. And then figureitout.eml, which is dated the 19th of February 2032. EML is usually an email that's been saved to file form. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't actually know that. I know exactly the format you're talking about. I didn't know that was the extension that was used. I wonder if they're using asterisks at the start just to shorten the string. Because what we would actually want to type here is open and then welcome.eml or athena6.txt and so on. Okay, let's go through these one at a time then. Let's see what's in welcome.eml. Yes, that is what they're using asterisk for. And you were absolutely correct, Yusha. It does look to be either an email or something very similar to an email from Nadia Sarabhai at Institute for Applied N percent to Alexandra Drenan at &&stroke ed pneumatics. Welcome to the team. Sorry, that's the subject. Welcome to the team. Hi again. I'm sorry if I was a little odd at the meeting. I know you were nervous, but the truth is that so was I. This may be hard to believe, but you intimidate me. You're so young and you've already accomplished so much. If the situation wasn't so grim, I might even be jealous. You know what? It's been a while, but I should probably crack open the old notepad and make some notes. Do I even have a pen handy? I should do. Yes, I do. So, things to note. Institute for Applied N%. Now, I don't know if that's some sort of fancy abbreviation or if that's corruption of the data or what. What else do we have? And stroke ed no emetics. And we also have the names of the people: Nadia, Sarabhai, and Alexandra Drenan. So who is the one that's extremely young and high achieving? That must be Alexandra. Oh, what was the name of the godlike figure at the beginning of the game? Elohim, wasn't it? That's worth writing. Right, where were we? Oh, is that the entire thing? There's not another page? Oh, there is another page. Well, sort of. We can scroll. There's also something I wanted to clarify. I realised that, nominally speaking, I'm head researcher here. Wonderful news. So that's who you are. We don't know what you're researching. Well, applied N%. But beyond that, we don't know. But this is your project and everyone will respect that. And yes, I know, you're not used to working like this, but as of today, you're in charge. No pressure. And that looks like an emoji that I don't recognise. Let's do this, Nadia. Huh. Interesting. Why would that be in the user directory for the guest account, assuming that's how this system works? Okay. Oops. I forget. I can't just type anything I want. Oh, the asterisk must be there to indicate whether we've opened a particular file before. Okay. Alright, Athena6.txt. Chapter 6, Athena in the Garden of the Hesperides. Okay. It looks like we do have what looks like data corruption, but let's be honest, it's a bit selective, isn't it? the fact that it seems to be targeting proper nouns, it's almost like censorship. I wonder if I should write that down. The character sequence there, where we would expect a name, simply because it's possible that the same name has been replaced in multiple places and we wouldn't know unless we remembered what the sequence was. So someone or other did not trust them, but they moved with such grace, such nobility, that it was hard not to follow them further into this strange garden of gears and cogs. They led her to a place where the crowns of the brass trees seemed to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grew a smaller tree, made of bright blue steel, and upon that tree grew a single golden apple. This apple, the nymphs said in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes, and not a few villains, have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step, for you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom is unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Some say that Heracles, f.load and then a bunch of data, gazing upon the stars and wept. f.load? So what do we make of this? I mean, at face value it almost resembles a method call, with f being an object and load being a method, and then the whatever's in the parentheses being the arguments, although it's strange that there's no character separating them beyond just a space. Also, the fact that we sometimes have a group of 4 numbers and sometimes a group of 2 is curious. I suppose it could represent the hexadecimal representation of Unicode character points. But then I don't know what it would be doing inside a method call. In case it's a cipher, perhaps. But what would that be doing inside a text file, of all things? Because text files aren't executed in any sense. I suppose you could have a format whereby a particularly clever I suppose you could have a format where you extend the text file format, whereby a particular reader would know what to do with such statements, and other applications would just render it in its literal form. But then you'd change the file extension, surely. Right, what's 20? If that were Unicode, what would 20 be? Because that's going to be below the alphanumerics. So that's probably either a control character or punctuation. 20 would... wait, what would it correspond to? It is a control character, if that's what we're looking at. What is it? Device control 4. Okay, that's a very old... well, I was looking at an ASCII table because lower ASCII is notionally the same as the first 128 characters of Unicode, but actually, is that true when it comes to the control characters? Let's see. Unicode point 20. Do we get the same thing, I wonder? Oh, that would be in hex, wouldn't it? So I'm looking for 32. What a fool I am. Sorry, what would 32 be? Space. Ah, that would make sense. I think we probably are looking at something like Unicode then. Right. The Unicode point corresponding to 5448 is within the Chinese, Japanese, Korean block. So that's unlikely to be what we're looking for. What if it was just 54? Not 54, that would be 84. T, capital T. And then that would be followed by just a second. That would be followed by capital H, followed by capital E. So that's the in capitals, space. Okay, we've got it. I don't know what's up with the strange spacing, but this looks like just ASCII. Let's write this down. Hope I'm not spoiling the game by looking this up. The space, right. Capital H again. Then we've got wait, did I make a mistake? I think I did make a mistake. We had the, then we had space, and we had 4, 5 in hexadecimal. Capital E again, sorry. Then capital T. Then capital E again. So ETE. Then R. Yes, R. ETER. Then we have N. Wait. Did I do that correctly? So we're looking at 4E. Yes, that's N. Etern. Is this going to be eternal by any chance? All in capitals. Yes. Next one's A. Next one is L. The Eternal space 47. G. Garden, maybe? Yeah, the next one is A. Then we have R. Gar. Then we have D. Wait, well, were we? Yes, and then it's E. Of course, it's going to be E because it's one higher, and E comes after D. And then we have 4E. Is that going to be N? Yes. So with some very weird character separation, that says the Eternal Garden in ASCII. So f.load. What a curious thing. Just making a quick note of how it's been where the character separators have actually, where the spaces have actually fallen. Right, that's all recorded. F.loads calls for a function to decipher it from hex to ASCII, but fails? But yeah, it could also be a code of sorts, but nice job figuring it out. Oh, thank you. F.load could be indicating that it needs to turn the hexadecimal to ASCII, but somehow that doesn't quite figure, because this is all in ASCII, I assume. So when the file is being loaded by the system, it already has to turn numbers like these into the characters to display on screen. So why would you have the same thing again recursively inside it? So the character here, for example, would be the character code for the character 5, and this would be the one for 4, and so on. And then you'd have to turn those into their... in memory, you would have to then change each of these characters into numbers in memory, as in their actual numeric values. And then you would have to then transform them into text that's being displayed on screen. I mean, that's all very doable, but it just seems recursive and pointless. And why are all the letters in the code capital? Yes. Good question. One thing's the case, though. It does rather smack of abstraction layers, as though whatever protocol this is was built on top of the plaintext protocol. As though it's been extended in some way, but it's really not clear why. Let's carry on. Figureitout.eml. So this is also going to be an email, presumably. From, and then something we can't read, to Something that looks like an IP address and something else that clearly isn't an IP address. No, wait. That can't be an IP address because it's out of range. Unless this is some sort of extension of the IP protocol. And this has all been corrupted or changed deliberately. The way I see it, the world doesn't come with a manual. You got to figure it out for yourself. A bit here, a bit there, put it together. Try to make sense of it. I'm pretty sure there is a truth, but that doesn't mean everyone who claims to know it really does. Then again, who doesn't have to be a bad thing? Sorry, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. We live in an amazing world, and searching for the truth can be a real adventure. Plus, it's good for the brain. Anyway, just some rambling thoughts from your old man. Don't let this stuff get you down. You're young. You've got loads of time to figure it all out. Love, Dad. Interesting. I probably won't bother to copy all that down this time, just because I'm not sufficiently convinced that the exact same character sequences are going to pop up again, that I want to spend lots of time copying down just random characters. But if we do later on see character sequences that look like they're repeating themselves, then I may go back, assuming I can. Right, we may as well try run MLA, even though we have reason to believe that it was not going to work. I mean, worst case, we crash the machine or cause it to hang or something. Could it be like they usually do on movies and such, to avoid conflict of real IPs, that they use unrealistic IPs or phone numbers, etc.? Well, I know that for telephone numbers, there is a specific prefix which is reserved for works of fiction. So films can always use that prefix and know for a fact that, like 555 in the US, I don't know, but that sounds very, very plausible. So films can always do that to make sure they don't accidentally use a real person's number. I don't know about the IP standard, whether they've also got a block reserved for fictional IP addresses. But at the same time, there's so many IP addresses which you could use which you know for a fact isn't going to conflict. Like the IP addresses that are usually used for local addresses. Then again, you could argue then people reading it would conclude from that the email was being sent locally and not globally. So you could be right. I mean, the alternative, I suppose, would be to use a address that you know wouldn't be I was going to say that you know is definitely in use, but used for something that wouldn't matter, like Google's 4.4.4.4. But again, then people might try to read too much into it. So I don't know. Interesting theory. Right, let's try this run MLA, even though we expect it to fail. Loading Milton Library Assistant done. Initiating plain language interface done. Support session opened. So that did work. Hello guest, how can I help you today? Do you understand what I'm saying? That should probably be typing. Understand is a strong way to put it, but yes. What was the first word of the last sentence you wrote? Are you able to take offense? You pointless contraption. That seems a bit harsh. Describe your functions. The Milton Library Assistant is designed primarily to sort and classify data in the library archive. Secondarily, it facilitates user interaction with library resources via an intuitive human language interface. It also provides powerful networking and troubleshooting functions. Sorry, I should probably be reading these out, shouldn't I? How old are the library archives? I'm skipping the ones that were available before, since we already know what they say. How old are the library archives? What are these terminals? How long has this system been running? What is the current status of the library archive? All very good questions. Let's start at the top. How old are the library archives? Oh look, very robotic hands. I only just noticed that. Library resource publishing dates range from the 1st of July 1995 to the 27th of June 23F. Okay, so their dates are in hexadecimal, are they? That puts us... If this is the same... If they're also... If their year 1 is our year 1 AD, then we are well and truly in the future at this point. Let's write that down, shall we? Make sure we've got a note of these notional dates. And just for fun, let's figure out what those dates would translate to in decimal. So let me see. We have a 1s column, we have a 16s column, we have a 256 column, and we have a... that's going to be 4096 column, isn't it? And so our first date is 1995, so that means we have 4096 plus 256 times 9 plus 16 times 9 plus 5. Yeah, that is quite a lot in the future. Let's see, 16 times 9 is going to be 144, I think. Yes, it would be. 256 times 9... let me see. That's going to be 2,560 minus 256, which is going to be equal to 2,304. Have I done that right? Yep, I think I've done that right. So now let's put that all together. So we're adding together 4,096, 2,304, 144 and 5. So that's going to give us 9, and we've got carrying a 10. Yep. Then we're going to get a 4, and we're carrying 100. Yep. And then we're going to get another 4 with nothing to carry. Wait. No, we're going to get a 5. We're going to get a 5 and then nothing to carry. And then we're going to get a 6 with nothing to carry. So our starting date is 6,549. Assuming that one is also in hexadecimal. I can only assume it is. And then what's our other one? The other date was 203F. Okie doke. So what's that going to correspond to? That is far, far in the future still. So we're going to end up with 4,096 times 2 plus 16 times 3 plus 15. Which is probably an easier calculation, actually. What's 496 times 2? That's going to be 8,192. Is that right? Yes, that must be right. The 16 times 3, that's going to be 48, and then we have 15. So ultimately we end up with 8,192 plus 48 plus 15. Put all that together, we're going to end up with a 5 and carry the 10. Then we're going to end up with a 5, carry the 100. Then we're going to end up with 200, carrying nothing. Have I got all that right so far? Yep, I think that's all correct. And then we end up with 800. So our date range is 6,549 to 8,255. So we're looking at a period of just over 1,700 years? Yes. That is a long time. And that's the last publishing date. And we don't know... All we know is that's in the past. We don't know how far in the past, assuming the dates are accurate. I mean, there could be corruption here. That's a lot. Imagine if 1995 is actually 1995. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if 1995 is actually 1995, then I'd have to question whether this is actually hexadecimal here. The 203F. Because there's nothing else in the way these dates are formatted to indicate that these two dates are being represented differently. And it would seem strange to have two different date representations right next to each other like that. Anyway, what are these terminals? How long has the system been running? What is the current status of the library? Forget the library. Can you respond to queries on the outside world? One thing at a time, I think. What are these terminals? Terminals provide access to the library resource archive. How long has the system been running? The system has been active for 99999 years. No, I very much doubt that. Unless... The only way that would make sense to me is if we're dealing with a situation along the lines of humans created the library, then died out, and then this system has just been stuck here for tens of thousands of years. 9999E. I'm not even going to work that out exactly right now, because I don't think it's unlikely to be that important to know it exactly, but roughly speaking, how big is that? So we need to times 496 by 16. What's that going to be? I think that's just over 250,000. No. No. I'm out. I'm out by a factor of 4. No, that's going to be about a 16th of a million. So that's going to be about... That's going to be 64k, I think. Because what I'm thinking is 496 is 2 to the power 12, and 16 is 2 to the power 4, so we're looking for 2 to the power 16, which is 64k. Oh, I see, you were totaling the entire thing. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, that's quite a while, so that's over 500,000 years. What is the current status of the library archive? There are 47 million resources in the archive, taking up 5.4212.750 petabytes of disk space. Now, a petabyte is the next one up from a terabyte, isn't it? So we're looking at, what, about 5.5 million gigabytes. That is approximately the size of 30 billion photos, 7 million minutes of HD video, the entire internet in 2003. However, the majority... Hold on, do you mean 2003? Or do you mean hexadecimal 2003? However, the majority of library resources are corrupted or invalid. 10.6 gigabytes of uncorrupted resources are indexed. That is a lot missing. What caused the data corruption? Progressive data corruption is inevitable in any system over time. Additionally, a large number of inconsistencies were detected during sorting, leading to greater than average data invalidation. Why was it sorting? And what was it sorting? And how was it sorting it? Okay. Forget the library. Can you respond to queries on the outside world? My knowledge is limited to the data in the library archive. You can ask about other topics, but my responses may be limited. Both brilliant questions. Oh, all three brilliant questions. Who is Elohim? What am I? Where am I? Who is Elohim? Elohim is a noun for God or gods in modern and ancient Hebrew. That actually makes sense. What am I? You're logged in with a guest account. Where am I? You're currently in a support session with the MLA Human Language Interface module. Your library archive session may be resumed at any time. Exit. Well, that was very enlightening, wasn't it? Terminating support session done. Resuming library archive session done. Huh. Right, one thing I note is almost everything around here is run down. And that's wood. Oh no, that's wood with tile on top. This has clearly been maintained. So clearly there is someone or something maintaining this area, and it must be being very selective in terms of what it's maintaining. Certain features, it doesn't feel the need to maintain. Other features it does. What are we even looking at here? I mean, some sort of mosaic, clearly, but a mosaic of what? Could that be Poseidon and a snake lady or something? Did I ask the first question? I did not. I can do that if you'd like. Unable to open a support session. Library assistant software is busy elsewhere. I'm afraid I can't do that. Yeah. That raises a few more questions, doesn't it? Do you know what? Just for the sake of testing its consistency, let's try that again. Yep, it seems fairly adamant now that we can't get in. Well, I guess we'd better start making a move. So this is a temple, is it? Interesting that this sign is pointing us towards both the sigils we've collected and the two other sigils that it was indicated were in the area but we never collected. I'm also intrigued by the fact that one of these symbols is a different colour. I'm wondering if that denotes the difficulty of the puzzle needed to acquire them, but that's complete guesswork.
Step into the light, child, and my temple will be revealed to you.
Okay. Let's just run a few sanity checks first. There's nothing ominous about here, is there? Besides the glowing light. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I can run. Oh, and I stopped using my controller. I'm not sure why. I suppose it was... oh, my controller's switched off. Hold on. There we go. I suppose it's because I was doing stuff on the computer that required scrolling. Although I probably could have scrolled with the controller. Right, what do we make of this? Wait. Okay, yes, those lines are light in the area. That isn't my vision, my ocular sensors malfunctioning as I get closer or anything like that. Because if I look away but my proximity remains the same, I can see alright. Yeah, it's certainly ones and zeros. I suppose it denotes binary, but because there's no obvious order to it, we can't exactly read it off. Oh well. I mean, there's nothing else for us to do. Let's see what happens. Well then. Was I supposed to go back?
You walk now upon the stones of my temple, whence many gates lead. And know that I have other temples, for my garden is greater than your eye can encompass. And all these worlds I made for you.
Goodness. Aren't we lucky? Yes, it is very matrixy, isn't it? Ah, you see the colours are of the sigils. Yes, it is red, and in general the hue is shifting towards the red end of the spectrum the further along we go. Which again makes me think that may be denoting difficulty. Hello. This seems like a very primitive way to bar our entry. And why is our entry barred in the first place?
There are mysteries in my garden, hidden roads and secret gates. If you dedicate yourself to understanding them, you may join the host of messengers.
Goodness me. Okay. Look, this lock requires more sigils. So could I acquire those sigils from anywhere I wanted? Or do I have to complete all of this before I'm allowed through? There's nothing that suggests I do. I'm wondering how I got transported here as well. Was that actually a transporter in the Star Trek sense? Or was it more that there was a deactivated android standing there, and then when I walked in, my consciousness was transferred or something? Right, what else have we got here? Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what those are, but they look like possibly objects that I could extract once I've completed certain puzzles. Although again, that's guesswork on my part. Why are all the heads and hands missing? See, previously I thought that was just damage due to weather, but we're indoors here and this place has been maintained. I think it's quite clear that there has been some iconoclasm, that the someone has deliberately been through here and destroyed just the heads and hands. Right, so I guess the question is, what do we do next? I kind of want to see what's in here. So, okay, we need a straight bit. Let's start there. We can get a straight bit from 5 or 1. Apparently there's a straight bit accessible via 1. We also need 2 of the L bits, although note that these 2 L pieces aren't rotations of each other. They are in fact mirror images. If you were to move this one up anti-clockwise 90 degrees and this one clockwise, I mean, is that the right way round? No, that's the wrong way round. They both need to go round anti-clockwise, yeah. So if you moved this one 90 degrees anti-clockwise and this one 90 degrees anti-clockwise, they'd end up as mirror images. So what are we looking at? So we could get both of the L's we need and a straight bit, but we wouldn't get the final piece we need. Okay, where would we get that? We could get that from 3. I mean, okay. I guess that's a plan. There's an upstairs. Very impressive place, isn't it? Right, let's get a move on, shall we? Since I don't know of any disadvantage to holding more sigils than we need, I may as well try to complete this section entirely. Oh no, wait, that isn't the piece we need. I was right the first time. Okie dokie. So I'll go back and I'll do the ones from earlier that I didn't do. Right, so there should be one through here that I haven't done. Only the two of us. Wonderful, we have a jammer. We have two jammers. Oh, I'm not quite sure why I dropped that. Oh wait, am I not allowed to pull it through the other way? No, I'm not. The game doesn't let me do that. That's odd. Okay, can I deactivate... Ah, I can do it that way. Okay. So I can deactivate a field that is already deactivated to, such that I can get these gemmers on the other side of these fields if I need to. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Right. Let's make our way out of here. What else? There's this one over here, and I am predicting, because it's orange, that this is going to be a harder puzzle. I just noticed the hexagonal pattern. That's curious. Oh yeah, I forgot that. I'm not allowed to bring that through. So presumably that's why there's a hole in the wall. Almost a frame for a window. That's there so I can... Oh, I get it. So it's what I was discussing just a moment ago. The fact that I can double deactivate a field so that I can move one of the gemmers through. I need to double deactivate that field so that I can bring this gemmer through this way. That makes sense. Now wasn't... Yeah, there was another one. Ugh. Huh. This presents a challenge. Ooh. Oh, but I've already pulled it through. So I don't need that gemmer on the field anymore. Now, if I take that, yep, still deactivated, and that one's deactivated. Wonderful. That was the one that I don't need, I think. Or at least I don't need right now. But there was no reason not to grab it. Okie doke. Right. Wait, I don't particularly remember where I am. Where am I going to next? Oh, that's right back to the start of the game, isn't it? So the remaining sigils in this area, nope, wrong way, must be at the other end, closer to the teleporter, assuming that's what it is. Hold on. Right, that's the way back to the start of the game. This is the way I came in, that's the way I want to go. Can we run MLA again? Or is it still going to refuse to run? Still going to refuse to run. Fair enough. I just had a thought. The different colours. I wonder if that actually matters as far as opening the locks are concerned. So supposing I had a yellow L shape, does that mean that I simply could not use it for a green L shape in a lock? I don't know. Poking a sleeping lion. That doesn't sound like a fun time. Oh, is that because I need to... I didn't see that.
The guardians of this land may harm you, but do not resent them, for they are my servants, and they challenge you only so that your faith might be strengthened.
Oh, that's alright then. Right, I'm gonna need to grab this and run. Nope. Oh, I need to deactivate it. I get it. I just have to put up with the minigun for now. Then I can take away the one that's a long way away. Then I can deactivate that, and now I can take this one away safely because it's not so close. Yes. Probably should have figured that one out first time, but never mind. Right. One more over here. Trio Bombasticus. So I take it that means there's going to be 3 of those bombs. Indeed there are. What are we looking at? Right, that's what we're looking at. So probably the best way to handle this is to let the bombs through from as far away as practically possible. You know, just to satisfy my curiosity, can it explode while I'm on the other side? No. That's good to know. So far, so good. I think I've changed my mind. Let's open these 2 before we go through A, because I don't know what's contained in them, but it may be that whatever's contained in them will help us deal with whatever's on the other side of A, or help us understand it. So with that in mind, the next thing we want is a one of the how would you describe it? One of... I can't point, can I? The piece that's at the top of the very top left prompt. So the one that looks like a straight line at the bottom with a little bit sticking up in the middle. Let's find one of those. Just need to check. Is there a distinction between orange and yellow that I haven't picked up on? I don't think so. Doesn't look that way. Okie doke. Although to be fair, I think every one of these pieces would help us. Alright, let's go through here then.
Let this be our covenant. These worlds are yours, and you are free to walk amongst them and subdue them. But the great tower, there you may not go. For in the day that you do, you shall surely die.
That is an almost direct quote from the Bible, except you substitute the Great Tower with the Tree of Wisdom. I happen to have a copy of the Bible right next to me. Or rather on my bookshelf behind me. Where was that quote? Obviously in Genesis. Yes, Then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to tend and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die. I know there is a quote elsewhere that refers to being given the right to subdue the land and the animals in the land and so on. I suppose that was more of a paraphrase since it was combining different parts of Genesis, but yes, that was rather on the nose. Right, where are we? Loading library session done. Mounting local disks. Unrecognized error detected. That's not very helpful. List. Library archive is currently unavailable while system resources are redirected to handle incoming network messages. Use the access com portal command to access network functions. Okay. Connecting network drives. Error. Network inaccessible. Encountered unknown errors. Run MLA troubleshooter. I mean, I don't see what other choice we have, so yes. Initiating plain language interface. Support session open. Hello, guest. Is there something you'd like help with today? Troubleshooting. I think you'd like help accessing network functions. The most common cause of network problems is holding insufficient account privileges. Please enter the admin password to authenticate your privileges. So our options are QWERTY, God, let main, trust null, admin. What do we think? If the password were any of those, what do we think it would be? I'm leaning towards God or admin. Yep, let's try admin then. Checking password. Admin password incorrect. Try again. God? I wonder how many guesses we get. As many as we want? QWERTY. Login aborted. Too many failed attempts. Would you like to create a new admin account? Why, yes. Yes, I would. How did you know? In order to prevent unauthorized access to admin controls, please take a moment to prove you are not a bot. Loading certification program. Certification program loaded. You will now be asked for a series of inputs. To cohere with data protection legislation, you must consent to have your responses used to develop a broad psychometric profile. Raw response data will be deleted immediately. Your profile will only be made available to other administrators. Generating certificates, Part 1. Part 1, ready for user input. Please complete all fields. Please answer quickly and instinctively. Time is a factor in this assessment. Begin certificate program. Is this part of the test? Oh, just a sec. As in, is my being slow here going to be a problem? Okay, I will actually try to be reasonably quick after this. So, yes. You're walking through the desert and come across a thirsty traveller. His eyes bulge from slow dehydration. You have water, but you're not sure how far it is to the next oasis. What do you do? Ask what you're doing in the desert. Well, it doesn't say how close I am to dehydration, but I suppose offer at least half the water. Press any key to exit. Part 1 of the certification process is now complete. You'll receive a notification when Part 2 has been generated. Okay. Oh, now we have access to more files. Because whatever the network requests were, that seems to have been completed. Okie dokie. What's Ian.eml? From Frank Nagatai to Miles Nagatai, Dan Nagatai. Subject Ian. My first day at the Institute for Applied Noemetics. Did we have that before? Have that... We had that in 2 parts. We had the Institute for Applied N percentage, and we had ampersand stroke ED space noemetics. Okay. And that must be what Ian is. No idea what noemetics is. Oh, sorry, noematics. I've been saying that wrong. On the way to work, I'm terrified. What if they don't like me? What if they're all geniuses and I'm a complete buffoon? Maybe they were just kidding about letting me work there. Trembling, I walk in, and right at the entrance, there's a life-size poster of Jeff Goldblum. What on earth? Then I get it. Institute for Applied Noematics. Ian! Dr. Ian Malcolm from the Jurassic Park movies. Jeff Goldblum. Dr. Sarah Bai shows up, smiling. We were trying to find a cool acronym back when the institute was founded, she says. Inan? Iapen? Inapno? It all sounded silly, but we didn't just want to call it Ian, because, well, that's a name. Then someone made a joke about calling it Jeff, and it kind of stuck. So we're officially called Ian, but if you hear anyone referring to Jeff, that's our internal name, I guess. I know. Blooming geeks. After that conversation, I wasn't so scared anymore. Interesting. AthenaAnalysis.html. This isn't very advanced HTML. User Alex16 added 4 notes. Note 1. Someone's novel first sentence, she woke up in an impossible place knowing nothing, signifies more than the beginning of another amnesia-based mystery, though we should not go so far as to read the entire work as an allegory. Rather, while taking the science fiction novus at the core of the narratives at face value, we should something or other. Noematics has something to do with religious texts, I believe. Very interesting, thank you. Note 2. Having no inherent knowledge of the nature of the world, forced to rely on what we are told by others and what our own subjective flawed limited senses tells us, and then a bunch of hexadecimal, which looks a lot like ASCII, noting all these two zeros, which are spaces. Social reality, belief, and objective reality, matter, come into conflict. Right, so what's being obscured from us? Right, 5, 4 is T. 7, 2 is lowercase r. 7, 5, that's also going to be lowercase, that's lowercase u. TRU, so is that going to be truth by any chance? 7, 4, that's T, lowercase t. 6, 8, that's lowercase h. So we do have truth, and there's a space. It is a space. Then we've got a 7, 7, which is W. And then we have a 6, 1. That's a lowercase w. A 6, 1 is lowercase a, so WA. Where were we? Now we're on 7, 3. 7, 3 is lowercase s. Truth was. Then do we have a space? We do. Then we have a 7, 4. 7, 4 is T. Then we have a 6, 8, which is H. So I wonder if we've got a truth was the. Where were we? 6, 5. 6, 5 is lowercase e. And then is it another space? It is. We're down here now. Then we have 6F. 6F. 6F is lowercase o. Then we have 6E, which is going to be N. Truth was the on. 6C, that's L. ONL. 7, 9, that's Y. Only. Truth was the only. Then we have another space. Then we have 6, 4, which is going to be D. Then we have 6, 1, which is going to be A, obviously, because that's 3 letters before D. Then we have 7, 5, which is going to be U. D-A-U. Then we have 6, 7, which is going to be G. D-A-U-G. Hold on. Have I done that correctly? Let me just go back and double check my work. Yes. Yes. That's D-A. Then we have 7, 5, which is U. And then 6, 7, which is G. Okay. Then we have 6, 8, which is going to be H. Oh, that's probably daughter. I was wondering what that was. Right, 7, 4, T. And then is the next one going to be 6, 5 by any chance? Yep. And 7, 2, which is R, then space. Then we have 6, F, which is O. Then we have 6, 6, which is F. The only daughter of space. And then we have 5, 4. That's going to be capital, isn't it? Yeah, that's a capital T. Then we have 6, 9, which is going to be I, T, I. Then we have 6D, which is going to be M, Tim. Then we have 6, 5. 6, 5 is going to be E, time. Then we have 2E. Is that going to be a full stop by any chance? Sorry, 2E. 2E. Yes, it's a full stop. So, Truth was the only daughter of time. So, in all, we have having no inherent knowledge of the nature of the world, forced to rely on what we are told by others and what our own subjective, flawed, limited senses tell us. Truth was the only daughter of time. Social reality, belief, and objective reality matter come into conflict. I get the impression that those two things were not supposed to be combined. I don't think that is supposed to be one flowing sentence. When in chapter 16, A Second Awakening in the Kingdom of Artemis, the protagonist questions her mentor on the stroke. And then note 4, a more meaningful interpretation can only be achieved through synthesis of. And that's all we have. I guess I should make a note of Alex 16. And I'll tell you what. I just realised I didn't make a note of the names in the previous email. So let's take a look at Ian again. Good, that information's still there. And Dan Nugatai. No idea what language that's from. Or what part of the world. Right, Talos Principle, which is the name of the game. So hopefully this is informative. Archive, bunch of letters and numbers. Straton of Stragira. Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say he was the creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that it was made of bronze and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. Talos, in Greek mythology, was a gigantic android, as in, as I understand it, you know, like a humongous android much larger than a person. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition. He spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then, a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its material according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics, yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood. Interesting. So I wonder if this noematics, this Applied Noematics Institute was concerned with the creation of artificial life forms, and we're looking at the very distant that was weird. Did that statue just flickered, didn't it? I was going to say, if this is the result of their work in the far future, what remains of it? I'm sure that statue flickered. Let's head this way and see what happens. Can I go to the sea? So far... Can I go in water? Am I waterproof? Why do I get the feeling I'm not waterproof? No, I'm okay so far. Well, let's go for a swim. Can I go under the water? What was that? That got very strange. Okay, I'm not waterproof. Good to know. I wonder if I can very carefully trigger more of that. That dialogue. Well, monologue. Careful. Slowly. Slowly does it. In the beginning were the words, and the words made the world. I am the words. The words are everything. Where the words end, the world ends. You cannot go forward. In the absence of space. Repeat. And then it seems to begin repeating. So again, very biblical idea that that the world was brought into being via language and the unity of language and divinity. Right. What else do we have about here? I keep hearing worrying electrical sounds now. Like, short-circuiting. Hello? What do we have over here? Ooh, another terminal. And a QR code. Can I not read it? Can I not read it because I'm damaged? For the sake of science, I'm going to commit suicide.
The beginning were the word.
Now that's not a sentence I anticipated speaking when I woke up this morning. Right, where was this? Did I just hear another short circuit? Hold on, where was the ruin I found a moment ago? I seem to have lost it. Oh, was it over here? I have lost it. Okay. Bear with me a moment, we'll just skirt the coast. Over here, maybe? Yes, this looks more like it, doesn't it? Nope. Nope, this is a different place. Ah. The voice is not supposed to be here. It is not the work of the designer. We must avoid these abnormalities, or they might spread and undermine the very fabric of our world. And again, we have something that looks like a compromise between a reference within the Bible and some sort of version number or change number. Something strange has come into the world, like a distortion, like something's not supposed to exist. Sorry, like something that's not supposed to exist. A beautiful voice speaks within it. Bob, version 25.5.0736. Yes, I'm definitely hearing more of those sparks. Perhaps that isn't indicative of damage. Perhaps that's just due to moisture in the air or something like that. Perhaps this environment isn't brilliant for our form. That was a strange noise. But I'm still looking for that terminal I found before. Ah, have I found it? Yes. Is this still unreadable? This is still unreadable. I wonder why. Hold on. This one looks like the Inca's run. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's degraded to the point that we can't read it anymore. Ooh. Interesting that we can't just run MLA from any terminal we like. Error log. Cannot load archive. Milton John. Okay, looks like I'm translating more ASCII. Bear with me a moment. Oh, sorry. Right, so 5-4. That's going to be a capital letter, I think. Capital T. What's the betting this is going to be the? Since we can see it's only 3 letters long. Right, then we have 6-8, which I think is going to be lowercase. That's an H. Lowercase e is 6-5, which we have. So it is indeed the. Then we have 7-2, which is lowercase r. Then we have 6f, which is lowercase o, r-o. Then we have 6-1, which is lowercase a, r-o-a. Road, maybe? Then we have 6-4, which is indeed going to be D. And then we have 2-0, which is space. Then we have 6F, which is that's O. Then we have 6-6, which is going to be F, road of. Then we have space. Then we have 6-5. 6-5 is E, lowercase e. Then we have 7-8, which is X, EX. Then we have 6-3. 6-3 is C. 6-5, that's going to be E again, isn't it? Yeah. So X. Then we have 7-3. Is that going to be S? Yes, excess. The road of excess. Space. 6C. 6C is L. 6-5, that's going to be E. L-E. Then we have 6-1, A. L-E-A. 6-4. Is that D? That's D. So that's going to be Leeds, I think. Yes. The road of excess leads. I was too curious about the QR, so I had to go back and scan it with my phone. Fair enough. Did you find anything interesting? So we have the road of excess leads. Then we have, in normal, plain text. That day I oft remember, when from sleep I first awakened and found myself reposed. Then we have 6-5. That's E. Then we have a space. So presumably that's the end of something. Then we have a P. The end of something that's been cut off, I mean. Then we have an A. Then we have... is that L? Yep, L. Then we have A, Pala. C-E, Palace. Then we have a space. Then we have 6F, which is O. 6-6, which is F. So E, Palace of. So that might be, say, the Palace of or something like that, but the T and the H were cut off. Where was I? I was up to F, then space, then 7-7, which is W. Palace of W. 6-9, that's I. So W-I. 7-3. S. W-I-S. Wisdom, maybe? Oh, the next one is D. Then we have 6F, which I think is indeed O. It is. Wisdo. Then that's going to be an M. And then we have a 2E. I seem to remember that was a full stop. It is. So E, Palace of Wisdom. It gave a quote by a Uriel 4 version 48.2.107.3F. Interesting. Do you know what the quote is? Under a shade on flowers, much wondering where and what I was, whence thither brought and how. Then we have a space. Then we have 7-4. 7-4. That's a lowercase t. Then we have 6F. That's O. T-O. Then we have space, so 2. Then we have 7-4. 7-4. That's T. Oh, of course it would be. Because it was T just a moment ago. And then we have 6-8. H. So that's space 2, space TH. And then it continuing with error, unknown error. So not hugely useful, but interesting. The human machine.html. Another stunning HTML page. One day you discover that you are not a human being, but a machine. Your life so far was real. No one controlled you or programmed you to behave in some specific way. Your physical and mental capacities are identical to those of an organic human being, but you were created in a lab. No one except you knows about this. Your family, your friends, they all think you are a regular human being like themselves. You could continue to live your life the way you have before and nothing would change. How do you react? Pay specific attention to these questions. Does your concept of yourself change? Are you the same person you thought you were? Does your understanding of the world itself change? Do you reveal the information to others or do you keep it to yourself? Why? 1,500 to 2,000 words. The 26th is the final deadline. No extensions will be granted. Submit via an email or, and now we have some more, hexadecimal. These, so Yisha has just posted the quote. There are secrets everywhere, sometimes within our very words. I glimpse them, but my eyes cannot read them. How can this be? Interesting. I wonder if there's a secret area in this area then. Also, good thinking with regards to scanning it with your phone. Oops. Right, where was I? Right, we have 6, 6. That is F. Then we have 6, 1. That's A. Is this going to be farther? No, it's not. Because then we have 6, 3, which is C. 6, 5. That's E. Face. 6, 2. That's B. Face B. 6F. What was 6F again? 6F was O. Face B O. Then O again. Face Boo. 6B. 6B is K. Facebook. And then a full stop. 6F. That's no space. Oh, sorry. 6 3, then 6F. Even so, no space. So it's Facebook dot. So that's C. Then that's O, I think. Then 6D. Hold on, have I made a mistake? No, I haven't. So D's going to be 6D. 6D. That's going to be M. Facebook.com. 2F. Is that a stroke by any chance? It is 2F. So Facebook.com stroke. C. R. CR. CRO, crow. 7-4 is going to be T, crot. 6-5. 6-5 is going to be E, croat. 6-1 is going to be A. And 6D is going to be M. CRO team. Hold on, let me double check. Have I made a mistake there anywhere? C and R are correct. O is correct. 7-4 is correct. 6-5 and 6-1 are correct. 6D is correct. Oh, Croteam the game dev. Okay. I didn't know who the game dev was. So that's what that's about. I wonder how many emails they actually got sent with actual essays. Because there must be some people that actually actually carried that out and sent their essay to them via email, surely. arcsolutions.eml from Bob Rakowski to 108 recipients. Subject: Grar. All these calm people are driving me mad. Have they all suddenly turned into a Buddha or something? I didn't know the world had such reserves of serenity. Though these latter-day Gautamas are at least being somewhat realistic, you know what's even worse? Those paranoid nutters who are building bunkers and collecting guns. What are they going to do? Shoot someone. I assume that's been censored. Though I have to admit, the overall response has been much better than I ever anticipated, to the point where I might be moved by the beauty of humanity if it wasn't such a grumpy old thing. This minority of total fools is really messing up my final days. Then something that's been censored or corrupted. Anyway, the reason I'm writing is because I refuse to believe in scenarios with absolutely no solutions. If we all put our heads together, we can figure something out. It'll be crazy, but crazy is better than dead. Crazy is what we do best on this planet. Okay, so that's the first suggestion that there has been some sort of there's some sort of catastrophe that's befalling the world. Notably, the date is the 29th of June, and the year is 0. We never did figure out what the left-hand column is about, did we? Temp, Webcrawl, EP, Arch. Those could be usernames. I don't know what else they might be. Okie doke. Just follow the coast around slightly more to make sure there's nothing else undiscovered. And if not, I'll head back and start completing some of those puzzles, I guess. Elohim hasn't spoken to us in a while, have they? This must be the other side of the large structure that we saw when we teleported in. Yes. Hello. That's the teleportation pad. So what's this, and should I walk into it? I mean, it looks like a letter. And to be fair, we haven't had any posts since we started the game. Well, let's see what happens.
When I was a little girl, one of our teachers, Mrs. Higgins, told us to make a time capsule, write letters to the future, so one day we could remember what it was like to be children. I thought it was stupid, so I didn't do it, which I really regret. So, I guess I'm gonna make one now, bury it in the archive instead of under a tree. I don't know if anybody will ever find it, but somehow it seems important to keep talking, to keep thinking, for as long as I can.
I did notice the information that popped up in the top left when that started playing, that identified the person speaking as the Alexandra Drennan, who was apparently the young and aspiring individual that we read about right at the beginning. That also made me think, could they also be Alex 16? I've forgotten who Alex 16 was. Were they the one that was turning up? No, they weren't the ones that were turning up to work and were experiencing anxiety, were they? That was Frank Nagatai. Let's look at these. One of these was probably Alex 16. Right, that's that one. Right. Let's first of all make a note next to Alex 16, reminding me where we read about them. This was the novel critique. And maybe Alexandra ? Oh, I just noticed. That's a closing tag for a paragraph. So either this HTML renderer... No, because we don't have all the other tags. So presumably it's struggling here due to corruption? Data corruption? Although I don't think a HTML renderer should ever display a raw tag like that. Because even if there wasn't supposed to be a tag there, it should just ignore it. It shouldn't render it as plain text. The only way that could happen is if it was inside... Oh, what tag is it? There's a tag to say what follows is going to be raw plain text, and you should render it as is. Oh, it's a PRE tag, isn't it? That's probably for like pre-formatted or something like that. Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's the only way... Well, I suppose you could also get it if that wasn't actually stored in plain text. If you actually had the ampersand code that I've forgotten the proper name for an open angle bracket, then a stroke, then a normal P, and then a close angle bracket, then you could also get that. But the only way, as I say, that you could have that in plain text and have a HTML render it as is should be if it's in a pre-tag, so far as I'm aware, which is pretty strange. Oh, that little star. I remember that there was a point when Elohim, I think it was telling us about the existence of... That just flickered. That must be all those sparks I keep hearing. It must be parts of the world flickering in and out. That's concerning. Anyway, Elohim was talking about the secrets that were around, and I've forgotten what it was, but there was something about the location where he started speaking about it that caused me to connect it to the stars. The star symbol. And I did notice that quite a few of the regions, that is 1, 2, 3, etc., had little star symbols along with these sigils, and Yisha very helpfully managed to use their phone to decipher that QR tag that was talking about secrets. So putting everything together, I would suggest that little star is telling us that there's a secret area in the vicinity to be discovered. Right. Let's get on with some puzzles, shall we? Hall of Windows. Okay. Hold on, where's the... That's the next one I need to do. Let's keep going. This presents a challenge. Is there a way I can do it with just the 2 jammers? Wait, I can move this round, can't I? Of course I can. But I can't move that one around. But I can use this one on this side to keep that field open. And then I can move this one over there. And then I can walk right in, spin this one about, and I think we're done.
Good. You are learning, as is your purpose. But your choices must be your own. Therefore, I will not guide you, unless it is necessary.
Okie doke. Suicide mission? I don't like the sound of that. What was that red? I can't quite make out what's on the other side, but based on its movement, so I assume it's another bomb. Yes. That's exactly what it is. I mean, I could let the bomb out. I don't particularly want to, but I could. Uh-oh. What is that? That's a switch. Oh! I didn't even notice that. Right. So that was off. It's on now. Will it attack the bomb? Because that would be very useful. They do seem pretty unhappy with each other, don't they? Well, one, that's a very useful interaction to know about, and two, that has rather helped us. Wonderful. Right, where to now? There should be at least one more obvious place to go to. That must be it. Why are you beeping at me all of a sudden? Part 2 of the certification program has now been generated. Part 2 has been designed to test the consistency of some of our outlier responses in the previous round. It will be presented with a series of statements. Please indicate your agreement where appropriate. Okie doke? Oh, of course. Question 1 of 7. Since all human beings are persons, and some human beings have psychological capacities similar to animals, some animals are therefore persons. Well, your problem there is your poor definition of person. They're certainly not legal persons. But if you mean it in some other sense, then what sense? So I'll go with broadly disagree. A person is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Broadly disagree. We are all under the authority of the law. We don't get to just choose to be exempt from it. So that doesn't follow. The quality of life of persons ought to be maximised. Yes, I broadly agree. Value is discovered. In what sense? Does that mean something can't have value without its value being known? Is that what it's trying to say? Value is discovered. Broadly disagree on the grounds that it would be possible for something to be valuable without it being known. For example, I don't think there's many people that would argue that oxygen isn't valuable to us, but it's only in the last, 100, 200 years or so that we've known about it, exactly what it is. Is that true? Well, broadly speaking, that's the case. So, disagree. I said broadly disagree, and I'm not so sure. Persons deserve the talents they were born into. Broadly disagree. It's got nothing to do with deserving. They just have them. The liberty of persons ought to be maximised. That says ought be maximised. Well, within other constraints, people shouldn't, for example, have the liberty of taking others' lives without due cause, for example. So it's more sort of maximised if there's no other conflicting interests. I'll say broadly agree then. Yes, because I suppose the actual response is more of a yes, but. Value is created. Not always, no. It certainly can be, but it doesn't have to be. Thank you, the certificate process is now complete. You'll receive a notification when your user profile has been generated. Press any key to exit. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? I certainly wasn't expecting to have to think about so many philosophical questions when I began this game. The guards must be crazy. That was unnerving. Right. What's the play here? Probably grab this and run. Good. I have another jammer available. And it's not jamming anything right this moment. Ah, that presents a problem. Okay, I can't destroy them like that then. Trying to think about what I'm trying to achieve here. I probably want to bring the other jammer through, which means I have to jam this one first. And then I do the other side, carefully. And then I have to sneak past and hope for the best. Okay, good so far, good so far. Hey! And a shortcut opens up. Wonderful news. Right, so before I leave and check out that door A, Ah, I was wondering. What that star was about. That's exactly the thing I was just about to say that we should attend to. We should find out what these stars are about. I don't know how I could get in there without a jammer. But I don't believe I can take a jammer out of any of these areas, can I? Let me quickly run around the perimeter. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Run around the perimeter of these test areas, just in case there's, say, a hole in the wall of one of them or something like that, something that I could exploit. Right, nothing of use there. That looks like a test area that's broken down. That might have a jammer in that is no longer in use. Whoa! Hello. That's surprising. So that said it was a recording. So I wonder if this is in fact a test area that, as I say, is in disuse. Oh, I clicked it and it disappeared. Okay then. Let's keep going. Yes. So, is there a jammer in here? Because that would be convenient. Not seeing one. What about around here? This was another one of the test areas. Are there any holes in the wall or anything I could exploit? Doesn't look like it. Have I been round this one? Is that all one place? No, it's two. I think. Yeah. So, any possibility of getting a jammer from here? Oh, a face has survived here, just barely. And it does look like a person's face. I don't know what this place is, and nor it seems does anyone else. Nothing to do but move forward and note whatever I find. Oh. Any thoughts, chat? Any thoughts as to how I could get to that star? I can't help but think that it would probably require that there be a jammer that is just lying around somewhere that I haven't spotted. But there might be a more elegant solution that I haven't thought of. Seems like there's a lot. Could there be a lever somewhere? Maybe. What are you thinking it would do, though? That it would reveal a jammer? Or that it would cause the fields that jammers can't pass through to dissipate? How would I get that one out here, for example? Can I place them on the walls? I can see them there. And no, it doesn't look like it likes to be placed anywhere but on the ground. Oh, did I drop it? Sometimes the character seems to drop the jammers spuriously, and I'm not quite sure why. Just to verify, I take it this is still doing the same thing it did at the beginning of the game. Yes. I can't pick it up from this side, can I? No. Disable the field if you don't find a jammer, that is. Oh, I see. Disable the field that's blocking my entry. That's possible. Hello. This is very similar to the place where we first came to consciousness at the start of the game. Well, I don't want to spend too much time just walking around, not achieving anything. The only other thing I can think of is I could enter each of the test areas like I did with one of them a moment ago and see if any opportunities present themselves from there. No, this wasn't where the note about the secrets was it? I was just going to head back to the area where we... where Yisha translated the note about the secrets, just in case there are any additional clues in the vicinity. It's somewhere on the coast about here. I just had a funny old idea. You know how we keep hearing this sparking noise and parts of the structures about us flicker like that? That's exactly the thing. Do you think the jammer could actually disable one of the walls? If I turned the jammer onto one of the what looks like stone walls, if that would work. Woo. Nearly. It is going away from us. Careful, careful. Oops, wrong one. I guess I wanted the other one. I was just thinking, I have 2 jammers here, so if one of the walls could be disabled, in theory it would be straightforward for me to... Oh, it doesn't look like that's going to work. None of these walls? What about back here? Oh, hello! Can't climb whilst carrying items, but it does provide me with a way to get out. That was interesting. Right, can I exploit that somehow? How did you get free? You're a different one. Ah, that makes sense. Right, where was the one I had a moment ago? There it is. So I can't climb whilst carrying an item. And I wasn't given the opportunity to stand on the wall. I did try and stop right at the top, but it didn't work. Why would that be there though? What's the point? Hello? Well, I wasn't expecting to find that. If I go back now to where the star was, I wonder if that key will in one way or another let me through. Where was the star? It was over here, I think. Around here? Still not letting me in. That has certainly revealed the fact, though, that there may be things I've missed in some of the test areas. So it is worth going back and giving them a more thorough look. Maybe the key goes to another gate of some kind to give you something. That is possible. But if it does, I don't know where that gate is. No, nothing about here, is there? Of course, strictly speaking, I don't know that the key is actually connected to the star. They could be entirely independent. Secrets. Right, that's the one I went to before. Where's the one... Oh! In here. Hold on, I just want to get my bearings. Right, so it's on the other side to the amphitheatre. The door is locked. I did have a key though. Is there a way I can use items? Oh, I didn't know I could jump. Huh. That's good to know. I reckon there's a jammer in there. And once I figure out how to get through the gate, I can then get to the star. Okay, which area was it that I found the key? Because I want to see if I still have the key. Oh, I bet when I went through one of those purple portals, I lost the key. And the point of the ladder is it lets me out with the key still with me. Now, if only I could remember where the key was. Guards must be crazy, I think. Thank you. So that's Hall of Windows. The guards must be crazy. Thank you. And I do believe you're correct. Was it round here? Ah. Okay. If it was, it's not there anymore. If I'd been forced to drop it, presumably it would have been either at one of these entrances or at the way out of the guards must be crazy. But if it was on the way out, I'd have thought I'd have picked it up on the way in. I could just go out of the area and back in and see if that resets it. That's my best idea. Let's try that. Okay. Back we go. And then back we go again. Wonderful. Right, now... Was it this one? Yes. This does seem to have reset things. I am going to need that, aren't I? Wonderful. Right, you're no longer a problem. Let's pick up the keys. I have the keys. Let's climb our way out. And now over here, I think, was the gate. We do still have the key currently. And we've made it in. And there's the jammer. Kalukale, Frabjous Day. Right, where am I headed? It's over here, isn't it? Hey! We did it! Sigils are not enough. That's the achievement I've just earned, apparently. Right, so that was quite successful. We've managed to obtain enough sigils to open the A door in the Temple of Elohim. And we also got a gold star. I wonder, was there a gold star associated with 1? There was. Ooh. Let's do that after we've been through the A door. Ah, does it not give me any hints this time? Which I'm absolutely okay with. I just wanted to establish whether that was the case. And that does appear to be the case. Let me think about this. Yes, that'll work. Wonderful. Curious. I wonder if that's to call the lift if it's not there already. But if it's not there already, that implies that it's somehow possible for us to end up back here while the lift is down. Right, does that mean we're on -1 and we can go to 0? I think so.
You have proven yourself worthy, child, and
Goodness.
this gate shall be forever open to you. Seek now the other worlds I have given you, that you may attain even greater mastery and bring glory to your kind.
Goodness.
But remember, you must not ascend the great tower, for it shall bring death and the end of your generations.
Yes. So you've told me. What's beeping? Something's beeping. Oh, that's beeping. Maybe it's ready for the next part of the certificate generation. Interesting. Oh my goodness. B. C. Wow. Okay. Goodness gracious. Now that's a tower. I notice only one sun, which is reassuring. I honestly wasn't taking it for a given up until this point. How far out can I go? Is there any reason not to go out?
The beginning were the words, and the words made.
Nope, 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 nope. Okay, that's interesting. That suggests that we don't have a problem with water. What I was experiencing before was a warning about going out of bounds. Hello? Is this D by any chance? I don't see any indicator. Perhaps this is just a standalone building? Interesting. We'll have to investigate that at some point. Okay. I think for now I'm happy completing A. I see no reason not to. Although, is there any value in doing any more of A than is necessary to unlock the 2 items on the pedestals? I don't know. What have we got here? These have not been destroyed. Their heads and their hands. These ones have. And those aren't people. Are those lions? No, not quite. Looks like a lion's body. Well, since this area seemed to be Greco-Roman themed, I wonder if this will be Egyptian themed and this will be something else entirely. I mean, judging by the angels, you'd think it would have a Christian theme, but then again there were, as in probably early Christian? Oh, hello! That's a Gothic arch. So yeah, maybe that'll be Gothic Christianity? Or is this Greco-Roman and that'll be Egyptian? Just guesswork? But like I say, for now, let's at least do a little bit more of A. See if we can unlock the 2 items on the pedestal. And I also want to pick up that star. Now, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I usually end up playing about the first 5 minutes of any game that I play so that I can test that everything works and get everything set up appropriately. During that testing period, I did discover a ladder. Although I had no idea what it was there for at the time. And I know vaguely where it was, I don't know precisely where it was. Anyway, point is, if we're looking for the star in World 1, then perhaps we should start by going back to the ladder I found off stream. Where was it? That presents a problem. All I really remember was that it was right at the very beginning. I'm fairly certain it's before we even got to this area. I feel like it was probably through there though, but I don't have a way to get there. Let's risk it. Let's risk it. Ah, there's the ladder. Okay. If there's a ladder here, then there's probably... Hello Orion, it's lovely to meet you. Talos is very interesting. I just started playing it today. Ooh. So far I have just made it through the door labelled A and been to the upper area and been told about the other worlds. That's as far as I've gotten. Ooh. So I've come back to World 1 because I understand there is a star somewhere. But I don't know where. Nor do I know why I would want stars, but it seems like a thing to do. Aside from the star in World 1, which I haven't acquired yet, I finished all of, I say world, I mean Area 1, Area A1. I've completed all of that and A2, including the star, and that's as far as I've got. Unless there's content there I don't know about. The little I read about it, there are 30 stars and they unlock secret levels. Interesting. Well, I don't want to spend too long being unproductive, so if this star doesn't present itself shortly, I may just move on and possibly come back here in the future. But I'll keep looking for a little while longer. I generally recommend not asking too much, at least asking those of us that know. That said, I'm usually able to answer if you choose to ask. Zero pressure, though. Oh, thank you, that's very generous. I assume that ladder I found is associated with the star. I don't know that it is, but I also don't know why else you would bother having a ladder there. This one, I mean. Unless it's just to introduce the player to the idea that there are ladders in the game and that they can be interacted with. But if that were the case, why would you bother putting a clump of trees in front of it to half obscure it? That would allow me to get to this side with an object. But I surely should have been able to do that anyway. Because I'd have only had to walk down here. That implies that walking down here wasn't an option? Well, I know I managed to... Where was it? Ah, I managed to get this far without triggering it. Okay, so if for some reason the minigun turret had to be activated, then I wouldn't be able to get over to this side without the help of the ladder. So that makes me think... that the star is somewhere on this side, and that to get to it I need to use one of these jammers somewhere over there. Or possibly both jammers. That's the only way the ladder would make sense. But I'm really not seeing it. So like I say, I'd have to get to this side, and this pathway would have to not be available for that ladder to be useful. I'm mostly here to lurk. Feel free to call out if you do wish to ask. But I said no pressure to ask. In the meantime, good luck and have fun. Thank you. I'll tell you what. I will actually... I would like a not too specific hint on where I should be looking for this star. If that's alright. Just something to point me in the right direction. I haven't checked back here, have I? Oh, but I'm not able to go back here. I wonder if a jammer will work through one of those purple... portals. It will! Interesting. And this is where we began the game. But if the star were here, I think we'd be able to see it. Okay, for A1, you won't see a star until you find something you have not seen yet. Which I know is vague. Okay. So just to be clear, does that mean that there's some sort of mechanism that would be introduced in later areas that I haven't encountered yet, and therefore it would be better if I just carried on for a while and came back here later? Or do you just mean that there's something obscured that I haven't stumbled across yet, or perhaps just an area I haven't walked to for whatever reason? There is a mechanism you already know of, just don't know the specific instance of it is even a thing. Ooh. That's interesting. What mechanisms do I know of? I know of jammers. What else do I know of? I know of keys and locks. I know that bombs can be made to attack the miniguns. Of those options, I feel like the jammer's the most likely thing. Most likely I can do something with the jammers that I don't know I can do. Okay. Note that, Orion says, I won't comment further without clear request. I appreciate that. I'm speaking out, I'm thinking out loud. Yeesh says maybe a lever somewhere, but that needs a gate as well. Possibly, but I don't think we've encountered any levers in the game thus far, have we? No, that won't achieve anything. I can jump. I could jump on this thing's head in theory. Just to turn off the turret once. Yes, you're right. There was a switch. You're absolutely right. I'd forgotten about that. Thank you. Oops. Clearly I hadn't forgotten. That would be silly. What's a note here about? I don't know where I am, but there's something beautiful about this place. I'll explore and see what I can discover. That's a very nice thing to say. Doesn't help me in the immediate situation, though. I could, in theory, jam the turret from all the way over here, but I don't see that there would be any advantage to doing so. I think the star is probably in one of these areas. Probably. Because there's quite a few areas that are blocked off to me by fences. That would be a very obvious place for the star to be lurking. And again, we have this ladder, which otherwise doesn't seem to have any purpose. So I can't help but think that it's involved. If I don't make a breakthrough in the next few minutes, I will probably leave and come back here later. Because I'm guessing, as I progress through the game, I will be introduced to different instances of the mechanics. And it may then become obvious. Also, my apologies, I may occasionally be AFK without notice. If you do clearly ask, but I don't even acknowledge it, I may be AFK. I should return and you're welcome to try again. Oh no, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for your generosity, I appreciate it. Okay. Again. The ladder would be a way for us to get over here without having to risk the bomb or the minigun. That implies that if the jammers are needed to do something, they're needed over here on this side, not over here. But for it to be useful, that is for the jammers to for the jammers which are over there to be providing some utility to us while we're over here. That suggests to me that they're probably doing something over here. As in, if the jammers were needed over here, but they were also opening something over there, for example, then there would be no reason to be on this side. So what could they interact with from afar? Regarding mechanisms you're already aware of, I will say that I didn't mean this as a riddle. Just my best guess to answer your question without being spoiling. I understand. Right, now I have free access through here. curious. I can't... There's nothing over here that can be... No. Oops. I don't see anything over there that I can jam. No, I'm starting to lean on the side of maybe I should just come back here later when I've played more of the game. Just for fun, let's pretend I wanted to... Okay, apparently that's too close. I thought I could make that, apparently I can't. I was just thinking, if I wanted to get the jammers over the other way, how would I have to do it? Right, you're disabled. Then I can disable you here. Then I can pick this one up and walk off with it. You can disable that one. Then I can pick you up. I can bring you over here. And then I can... jam the... Can I jam the turret from this far away? No, I can't. But I could do it from, say... Hold on. If I'm in a straight line, how far back can I go? A long old way. A very long way. Alright, let's do that. Okie dokie. Pick this one up. So at the very least, I can get both jammers over here. The question is, why would I want to do so? If I just walk around a bit, is there anything they can jam which I wouldn't have thought they could jam? So far, no. Oh, what about the computer? Nope. That's not it. I know they can work through these. Standard game mechanics: a steel fence with wide gaps as a wall blocks you, jammers, etc. Okay, thank you. Right, where can I walk this to? Go through here. Wait, was that text? Whatever the end goal of this grand challenge is, it's far out of reach. Knowing that, how are we supposed to risk distraction? Resist distraction. My eyes have been opened. This world is not without order. It is shaped by a great designer, with signs and portents to guide my steps. I am one of his children, and challenges are set before me to test my faith. So I can take it this way. Obviously I couldn't take it into any of these areas, but I can in theory use it through the purple glowy stuff. Okay, I think I'm prepared to say at this point that I should just come back. Let's move on to A3 and see how far we get. And I'll just have to remember that at some point there'll be a puzzle to be solved in A1 that will probably be a lot more obvious. Oh, we've got our first red shape. I don't even know why we need red shapes, because as we established before, it seems as though the colour of the shapes makes a difference, as in it seems as though an orange one of those couldn't be used for a green one, for example. And we don't know of any red locks yet. Right, what have we got here? Goodness me. That date. 9999 stroke 99 stroke 99. That doesn't seem like a valid date. Right, AI feedback.eml. We keep discussing what artificial intelligence would mean to us and how it would change our understanding of the world. That's a great topic, and I think we've covered it extensively. What we've barely mentioned, though, is the other side of the coin. I mean, our lives would still be what they were before, AI or no AI. The question I think we should discuss, even if it's all completely hypothetical, is the perspective of the artificial intelligence itself. What would it be like to be that creature, to suddenly come into being, created by others as an experiment, to have all the information about yourself, to know exactly how you function? What would you think about the world? Would you see meaning? Beauty? How would you judge humanity? Where would you see yourself fitting into the grand scheme of things? I think we should try to put ourselves into the shoes of such a being. Dear Alexandra, thank you for your feedback, but this is a philosophy course, not science fiction, and that's why I almost gave up on my studies. Right, so that is Alexandra Drennan. She was the one that created the time capsule, and she's asking about what it's like to be an AI. For those that have just joined, I was writing that down in my notes. That's why I was speaking in such an affected way. Teamleads.eml. We're blessed to have so many people contributing to this project, but we've got to make sure everyone is on the same page. Please refer to the following people when68726F. Right, what's that? Right, 74 is T, lowercase t. Uh, 68 is H. 72 is R. THR. And 6F is O. THRO. So that's probably the first 4 letters of through. That doesn't tell us much. Alexandra Drennan, Project Lead, AI Module. Nadia Sarabai, Institute Coordinator. Ooh, we know who she is now. In fact, I should probably be writing all of this down, hadn't I? So we have Alexandra Drennan, Project Lead. And we know a bit about her already, since we've come across quite a lot of notes left by her or about her. Then we have Nadia Sarabai, who's the Institute Coordinator. We read about her in one of the very first... from one of the first files we opened. I believe it was an email from her to Alexandra, welcoming her to the team. Rob McLean. EL Software. EL Software. Could that be related to Elohim? Or am I just making connections where there are none? Right, then we have Trevor Donovan. He is EL Hardware. Then we have George Jameson, Generation Module. Then we have Alan Jameson. Scenario Module. Bob Rakowski. That rings a bell. Where did we read Rakowski before? Simulation Module. Radia Brickmont. And then we have a bunch of corrupted data. Oh, goodness me. Then we have Aurora Calvin. Link Hardware. Then we have Omar Garib. Omar Garib, Link Software. We have somebody laning, maintenance module. J.E. Harrison. Diagnostic something. Probably module. Since I don't think the number of characters correspond to the number of characters in whatever has been lost. Frank Nagatai. He was the person who wrote the email which we read, which was talking about him being nervous about his first day of work and then coming across a giant poster or sculpture or something of Jeff Goldblum. And then there was a talk about how Ian was a reference to Jurassic Park. File sys something. Sorry, I've skipped ahead a bit. That's Jarab V. Shmilev. Sun Wei Yang, Talos unit, formerly Soma. Soma is Japanese for war, isn't it? Oh, sorry, you've left me quite a few. You've said quite a few things in chat, Orion, and I've only just noticed. The hex code in text is generally convertible to ASCII. That said, it's generally just a little extra on the same topic. I don't personally convert it, I treat it as previously mentioned corruption in the database, but play your way. Also, I would not normally mention other streamers in chat, but this is too cool not to share. The voice actress for Alexandra has been streaming this. She finished not too long ago. She had some interesting commentary on being part of this, as well as other voice work. Interesting. Thank you for sharing. Where were we? Though not directly part of our project, the archive team is sharing both physical and digital space with us. If there are any technical issues to resolve, please contact the project lead, Arkady Chernishevsky. Don't worry, he's nice. Wouldn't mind having a few words with him myself. Okay, and we've got another set of what are almost certainly ASCII characters. So let's see what we've got. 7.5 is a lowercase u, which suggests to me that we're probably beginning partway through a word. 6.7 is G. 6.8 is H. Oh, that could be the end of through. Didn't we have something that we were translating before? Yes, we just had THRO. Unfortunately, that is literally all we had. We didn't have any words before that, so... but that's a distinct possibility. Then we have a space, then we have 6.9. That they're connected, I mean. Which is a lowercase I. Then we have 6E, which is N, so in. Then we have 6.1, which is an A. Wait, have I done that right? That's not impossible, but... so what was it? 6.9. I. 6E. N. 6.1A. That is correct. Where was I? Then we have 6.3, which is going to be C. Inac. 7.4. T. Inact. Then we have 6.9, which is I. Enacting, maybe? 6.9. No, I've done that. 6F. 6F is O. Inaction, probably. 6E, which is N, so yes, inaction. Then 2C. What was 2C? What was 2C? Comma. Then space, which is what you'd expect. Then lowercase a, then lowercase c, then lowercase c. Then what was 6F again? O. So ACCO. Then 7.7, which is W. ACCOW. Space. Wait, I must have done that wrong, surely. Where were we? We'd got that far. A, C, C. 6F is O, ACCO, 77 is W, ACCOW, space. That's odd. Okay. 6, 8. 6, 8 is H. 7, 5 is U, HU. 6D is M, hum. 6, 1 is A, hama. 6E is going to be 6E, that's going to be N, human. 6, 9. 6, 9 I. 7, 4 is T, humanity probably. 7, 9 is Y, humanity, space. 7, 4 is T. 6, F is O, then space, humanity 2. 6, 3 is C. 6, F is O. 6D is M. 6, 5, that's going to be E. Come, to come, humanity to come, space. 7, 4 is T. 6, F is O. Come to, space. 6, 8 is H. 6, 1 is A. 7, 2 is R. 6D is harm. So we have UGH, space, inaction, then ACCOW, humanity to come to harm. Wait, is that actually allow and I've just been a fool? It's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it? So, we get that far, that's inaction, so A, 6C. Yes, it is allow. That's completely on me. I think somehow I read 6C as C when it's L. So sorry, we have UGH, which we're predicting is actually the end of through. So through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. Which is interesting. Oh, I remember the other thing I was going to do. We had a reference to a person towards the top of this. No, towards the middle of this. Bob Rakowski, who I could have sworn... I think Bob Rakowski... I do have a note, but I didn't write down what the note concerned. It's between facebook.com/crowteam and THRO. So it was probably in the note that that contained those two statements in hexadecimal. Well, statements, the two character sequences. Stratton of Stagira.wiki. That's the second time we've heard that term, and I don't think we ever figured out what it was. Straton of Stragira, 311 to 254 BC, was a Greek materialist philosopher associated with the peripatetic school, an admirer of Aristotle. He was a proponent of empiricism and a fierce critic of philosophy that placed belief before observable truths. Though unpopular with many of his peers for his often acerbic personal manner, his commentaries on Aristotle were considered an important work. Much of his writing was lost in the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. So, Greek materialist philosopher, and empiricism. Right, noted. Right, exit. Let's carry on. Oh, my controller's gone to sleep again. There we go. Right. Where were we? We have a series of puzzles to choose from. Ooh, there's 2 stars on this level. Let's head this way for no particular reason. Stashed for later. Okay. Interesting. And we seem to have 2 directions we can travel in from the start, which I don't think has happened before. Oh, okay. That wasn't so productive. Although we can now see where we aim to get to. That's curious. I wonder how... Did that wall flicker? I wonder if we can disable that wall, because it's a flickering wall, by using a jammer. Okay. Well, unless I find another jammer, I don't think I can take that one. Because it's just too close. Okay, I can't go through there. In here looks like death. There's keys. Plenty of creatures testing my faith. I see. Right. I can take the other one now. So let's do that. Oh, I can't. There we go, I can do it like that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, I think we're good. Okay, give that a moment to pass. I think we can go over there now. Looks like it. Let's just take one moment to check that there aren't any secrets about here. Or any obvious secrets? Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it. Let's keep going then. Ahaha! B? That's curious. Oh, I wonder if I'd investigated the bee temple, if I'd have discovered that I can't even go into it until I've unlocked a bunch of sigils. Just guesswork. That might not be the case. A bit tied up. Oh, that's where I'm going. Okay. That gem is not doing anything right now. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Okay, I guess the question then is, how do I free those jammers so that I can use them as needs be? This doesn't look too difficult. Okie dokie. Wait, what was that explosion? Did they attack each other? Oh, they attacked each other. Wonderful. Actually, that I don't think that actually made much difference to me, but... But it certainly didn't do us any harm either. Ooh. Well, I mean... it'd be rude not to. Hold on. And which one have I freed up now? This one. Happy days. Well, that went well. Ooh, this is our first red one. So I wonder if this will be a more difficult, an escalating problem. I wonder if this will be more difficult than any of the puzzles we've solved so far. Wait, what was that? Seek counsel? Interesting. I mean, I could. Whoa. Okay. I'm guessing seeking counsel is the equivalent of getting a hint, though. Which is consistent with my theory that as the colour of the shapes moves more towards the red end of the spectrum, the puzzles get harder. But equally, I'm quite happy attempting this without a hint, at least to begin with. Oh, I could trap him over there. Or her. Who knows? Right, trapped. Wonderful. And then that makes it trivial for me to come through here. Ah, that's going to be a problem. Admittedly, that's going to be a problem for future me, but not too far in the future. Oh, okay, yeah, not very far at all. Oh my goodness. This is a large area. Okay. I suppose I want to get... I see what I need to do, I think. I was thinking to progress I'm going to need to get the jammer to the other side. I imagine just as I could pick it up off the top of the ledge there, I can probably go onto the ledge and pick it up from above. Okay, where to now? I mean, through this field seems the obvious place. Oh, and there's the keys. Can I just make a dash for it if I'm careful? Or is that just going to lead to my death? That startled me. See, I'm starting to get Doom vibes again. Just having an item sitting in the middle of the open like this, it just doesn't feel like it's going to go well. But it probably will in this game. Yep. Whoa! Nearly. Don't mind me, ma'am. Right, can I get out of here? No, 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 no. I think I just need to bide my time. I think this is entirely doable. I just need to get my timing right. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, let's look at the next little bit. I can go through there. And I've got a choice. I either disable the field that lets me through, or I disable the minigun that's going to try and put an end to me. I'm guessing it can't fire through one of those fields. Let's test that, shall we? Can you hurt me? No. Okay, but the moment I bring that field down, it probably can. What's the solution to this? Let me just put that down for a second. What is the solution to that? Hold on. Let me just disrupt that field and get a view of this area from... Hold on. How do I... Oh, yeah. I couldn't see those stairs, and I was thinking, if I drop down here, how do I get back up? Right. I'm thinking, what angle do I even have to disable the... This angle. So from this angle, I could disable the turret. But I can't have the turret disabled at the same time as the field without another jammer, which I don't have. Oh. Ah. Curious. What's down there? Is that an area I can get to already? Or is that an area that I don't have access to yet? That's an area I don't have access to yet. If I drop down here, how do I get back up? Wise question. In this case, the stairs is an easy answer. May not always be the case. Yes, I can imagine. Ah! Okay, I see a switch there. In theory, if I could get to that side, I could presumably... That is a switch, isn't it? No, that's a ladder. Wait, is it? I think it's a ladder. Okay. I don't see a power cable coming out of the turret, so I'm going to assume I can just switch it off. I don't have any angles from over here into there, do I? No. And I didn't see any other jammers. This is a head scratcher. I can only assume that at this distance the minigun would destroy me if I were to remove this field. I'll tell you what, let's do a quick test. If from a safe distance I disable the field, will the minigun still... At what point will the minigun become dangerous? That distance. That's suboptimal. Does it matter what direction it's looking in? Could I time it? No, 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 no. No, I can't. I must say, this problem is looking rather as I initially suspected it to be, which is a problem. Let me just have a quick look back over here. There isn't a jammer over here that I just missed, is there? I don't see one. Ooh. No. Alright, let's think about this logically. I do like the turrets. They are sensitive enough to not be able to cheese them, but loose enough that you aren't instantly done if you accidentally wander into the edge of the range. Yes. I do think the way that they've handled the extremities of the range to be very good in that way. The fact that you can see them starting to activate before they actually become a threat, that's very good. I'm clearly missing something here. I know there's a way.
My child,
Oh, hello.
there is no shame in seeking another path. Leave this mystery for another day.
Clearly you don't know me very well, sir. Maybe in some way or another the bomb's involved? I know there's a bit of a long shot, but well, I mean, my thinking is there appears to be only one path that gets me over to the piece, and that's through the gap that has the force field in it. That means I am going to have to be jamming that. But I can't move through it without the turret shooting me, so presumably the turret must be disabled in some other way? Either that, or there is another jammer I don't know about. For the sake of experimentation, let's let this little bomb go. I want to see what its path is again. I think I'll be safe here. Just barely? Yeah. Right, you would... Oops. There we go. You do want to go through there. Oh, I bet it will walk down the... Hold on. I'm not allowed to do that. I have to do the trick I did before. Yeah, it wants to walk down there. So that's how you do it. That was the missing step. But I've missed it this time. I'll have to wait for it to rebound off of that force field. Yeah, let's let it get out of range. There we go. This should do it. Actually, maybe I don't want to stand there due to stray bullets. Let's make sure we're around the corner a bit. There we go, wonderful. Extreme persistence. I wonder if I achieved that because I refused to accept the...
Here, those who are worthy may seek the counsel of my blessed messengers. But their wisdom shall not be given easily, for your accomplishments must be your own.
I see. I wonder if I achieved that because I refused to accept the Divine Counsel, and I also got the message about moving on because I probably took too long. Still, got there in the end. Right, this is just a medium puzzle. Ooh, text. It's clear I'm not the first to walk this path. In fact, this path. In fact, the whole thing seems to have been consciously designed, but by the voice in the sky, some other force. Sheep. V63.1.0108. Lock me up. Swallowed the key. Interesting. Okay, we have a jammer. That's a start. And we only appear to have one path. Ah, this needs a key. So once I acquire a key, I'll be able to... That was weird. I'll be able to get the jammer through here. Because currently I can get through here myself, but I can't pick up the jammer when I'm on the other side. Like so. If I try to pick it up, I will always walk through. That actually makes sense. I hadn't thought about it this way before, but when you think about it, if I were to reach my hand through here and physically pull this thing through, then at some point the force field's going to activate while my hand's still on the other side. So, oh, thank you, Orion. So yes, I can understand why the character is very insistent upon walking through to the other side before picking it up. Right, so like I say, I'm probably looking for a key so that I can bring the jammer through. Oh, that was easy. Right, now what? I can disable that and grab the other jammer. Not quite sure why I need two jammers yet, though. Oh, I can jam this. Oh, and then there's another turret. That's why I need two jammers. And then I need that. Okay. No, this is alright. I just double jam that, grab that, walk through, jam that, grab this one, now they're both on the other side, jam that, and we're done. Right, so far so good. Oh, have I done... I've done all of them. I could have sworn there were more on this... in this area, though. Was it only 3? Really? No, it was 4, and I've already got them all. Fair enough. I don't have one of the stars, though. I might skip the other star for now for expediency. Since I have absolutely no idea where it is. It's not like on the other area where I fairly quickly stumbled across the star and the puzzle was figuring out how to get to it. That is in A2. This is more like A1, where I don't even know where the star is. Yeah. So for expediency's sake, if I do go for the stars, then I'll be coming back later for it, I suppose. Oh, I can't get up. Oh, the monitor wants my attention. The second star here in A3 is the one thing in the game I recommend a hint on. I don't like how it works. No comment, however, on why, and no hint without clear request. Okay. Well, I'll deal with the monitor first, the terminal. Attention, your user profile has now been generated. Download profile. Yes. User.prof. Registering profile. Congratulations, your new user account has been registered. We would like to see the details. Ooh. So is this running the MLA application? Milton Library Assistant? Because it seems to be talking to me in plain English. Then again, it wouldn't be very difficult to printf that, would it? What does it mean by display conflicts? Display psychological profile, display account privileges, access com portal, log MLL support ticket. I was running the troubleshooter. Yep, that is absolutely correct. So yeah, I guess this is all part of the same troubleshooting process. The only thing that's odd about that is because I've accessed terminals since then at using the bare terminal that is below the MLA level. So it seems slightly odd that sometimes I'll access a terminal and it will be MLA won't be running, and sometimes it is. I don't know, maybe it is just a process that can go into the background and back into the foreground as needed. So yeah, let's just go through these options one at a time. They all seem good. Display conflicts. Conflict. User provided an objective response when asked for a subjective one. User provided a particular account of personhood, but was uncomfortable with its implications. Was I? User sought to maximize both liberty and quality of life, but these ideals are incompatible. Yes, but I was restricted to broadly agree or broadly disagree. And I even pointed out the incompatibility at the time. Display psychological profile. You may already be criticising your own performance, but it's clear you understand how the world of ideas affects you, even if you are sometimes weary with the realities and allow your preferences to dictate your beliefs. You have a great deal of unused capacity which you have not turned to your advantage. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside, but you pride yourself as an independent thinker and do not accept others' statements without satisfactory proof. Display account privileges. Profile privileges. Basic account privileges only, so I'm not an admin. Due to outstanding notes on your account, and despite displaying many of the characteristics of being a person, you cannot be granted admin status at this time. In the meantime, please enjoy the basic account functionalities. Oh. So is this all because I didn't give them the psychological answers they wanted? I'm not trusted. Access com portal. You currently hold a basic account. Network access is restricted to administrators. Please enjoy the basic functionalities. Okay. Display the conflicts again. And I'll write them down. And if I'm asked those questions again, I will try to look out for those problems. User provided an objective response when asked for a subjective one. User provided a particular account of personhood, but was uncomfortable with its implications. User sought to maximize both liberty and quality of life. Right. Let's try log MLA support ticket and see if that can possibly lead to us requesting another psychological analysis leading to admin privileges. I know it's a long shot 'cause that's not really what support tickets are for, but that's the option available to me. I'm sorry, I wasn't better able to assist you. If you're still encountering a problem, please describe it. Account certification error. Thank you. A support ticket is being generated and appended to your profile. You will receive a notification when a reply has been sent. Interesting that it didn't ask for any details. Right, let's be on our... actually, yes. Sorry, I remember what I was doing just before. I will take a hint, Orion. If that's okay. Just having a bit of a wander. I would like a hint which points me in the right direction. Because currently I have no idea where this star is whatsoever. I don't think I can go back in there now, can I? Oh no, I can, because I can probably go round. Or was it a ladder I took out? It was a ladder I took out, so I don't think I can. The star is not visible until you do what is needed to access it, and it is not in the hub area, not in a named puzzle. Oh, it is in the hub area, not in a named puzzle. Okay. That is very helpful. Doesn't mean I'll be able to figure it out, mind you. But it is very helpful. So I'm guessing... I say guessing, this is a bit obvious. I must be able to interact with something that I'm not aware of. It's reasonable to assume that no jammers are involved, because I can't see any reasonable way I could bring a jammer through. It's also reasonable to assume that the computer terminal isn't involved, because I'm limited to multiple choice interactions. And we have explored all the possible interactions, I believe. Read that one before. Yes, because you can't walk up ladders with the jammers, and so... And I'll tell you what, I was about to say that, therefore, I couldn't walk out with a jammer without going through one of these purple glowy things, which would of course not allow me to take the jammer with me. But I suppose in theory... Oh, that's interesting. No collision on the things that... the objects which aren't really there. So it's possible, actually, there's just a hole in a wall that doesn't look like a hole in a wall. The other thing I was going to say is... Oh, this seems solid. That's rather put a hole in my theory, hasn't it? What was I thinking? Jammers. It's possible, actually, that I could do the trick I did in one of the puzzles where you put the jammer up top and then collect it. But equally, I don't see anything to use the jammer on. So that's doubtful. I'm going to rub my face against all these walls, though, just in case any of them aren't real. I think this is near where I started doing it. Rather like trying to find secret areas in Doom. Lots of face rubbing up against wall. No, that doesn't seem to be it, as far as I can tell. Okay, it's in the hub area. I have to do something to get it, though. What else do we have? Just double check. There's nothing here that I've missed, is there? No, I can only access the files. Okie dokie. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello? Well, this is certainly reminding me of Myst. You walk through an entire level, find nothing, and then eventually you realise, oh wait, there was a switch on that pillar. How many of these have switches on? Or buttons, I suppose. I mean, I could turn them all on. I just can't help but wonder if there's a specific combination. Okay, let's just begin by activating them from 1 and up. There's no reason to believe that is the actual solution, but at very least we can observe how it behaves. If, for example, after a certain number of them they all reset and nothing happens, that is indeed what appears to have happened. So that was after 3 of them, wasn't it? Yes. Three again. Okay, what if they're not contiguous? Yep. Okay, so we're probably looking for a combination of 3 numbers. Where are we going to get such a combination from? I just want to check. There wasn't like a 3-digit error code when we interacted with the computer terminal, was there? No, there was not. Well, it would take quite a while to brute force it, so I probably should try to find the actual combination. It's not on some of the statues, is it? Doesn't look like it, does it? I think it's fair to confirm brute force is not the intended solution. Yes. But it would work. Hello, what do we have here? I wonder if that's our solution. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to decipher it. I don't suppose a kind member in chat, whether a kind member in chat would be happy to decipher that, would you? Oh, I just noticed we've already got all the pieces we need for one of the items on a pedestal. Yusha's got it. Thank you. Thanks, I'm on my phone, so I can't use my phone to scan. Yes, I can imagine. The eagle has landed 31, 39, 36, 29, 2F, 30, 37, 2F, 32, well, and some more numbers. Now is a time of tranquility, and I shall rest and observe the earth. 1969, 07, 20, 2018. Yes, indeed, that is hex. Oh, oh, I see. You already did the hex for me. Thank you. Uriel 4. I mean, I suppose it could be 7, 20 and 18. But that's only just picking out numbers from that which are possible. There's no logical reason to think that that's the solution. But it's the best idea I've got so far. So let's do 7, 20. Wherever 20 is. And 18, wasn't it? Oh, did I only need... Well, something's happening. Did I only need 2? Goodness. Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. Hey, we did it! And thank you to Yeesh and Orion for your help. Yes, I would say personally the only thing I didn't like about that puzzle is the fact that it assumes you have a QR reader. Because for those of us that aren't in a position to scan it, that's what I don't like. You need outside tools. Second, almost no one sees the clock opposite the QR code. That is a 24-hour clock. It actually wants a 7:20 time. There's a clock? I mean, I know that there's 24 pillars, and I figured that corresponds to time. But I don't see a 24-hour clock opposite. Date is 7:20. The time is 8:18. On the 24-hour clock, the minute hand points to 7 at 18 minutes, because 6 equals 15 minutes on 24-hour clock. So time or date works. Since it's the same two buttons. The minute hand points to 7 at 18 minutes, because 6 equals 15 minutes on a 24-hour clock. Oh, I see what you mean, I think. Because if you had an analog clock that had 24 points on it instead of the normal 12, then 15 minutes would be 6 o'clock. And so if you had 18 minutes, that would be just past 6, so that would be 7. Ah, I see. Look on the pedestal with the QR code, but backside. Oh, I completely missed that. You're right. To be fair, I didn't need it to solve it. But yes, I absolutely... I do absolutely agree with you about outside tools. That, that's not brilliant puzzle design, in my opinion. So thank both of you for your help. In fact, I didn't need it either. I recognised the eagle has landed reference and tried the date. Oh, what is the eagle has landed reference? By any chance, is that a verse in the Bible, which happens to be in one of the books at 7:20? Oh, moon landing. Wait, what am I doing? I can't just put this together any old way. I have to actually think about it. That. Nope, done it the wrong way. That. There we go. You now unlocked a thing.
There is much that you may learn in the halls of my temples.
Aww.
For there is much that you do not know. That is why you are a child. But children are made to learn, and in time they come to have dominion over the lands of their home. So it shall be with you and your generations.
Okay then. Thank you, Elohim. I don't feel like I've unlocked much though. More he removed it from my sight. Right, so we've done 3, haven't we? Haven't we? That was the last one, yes. Let's try 4. Ooh.
These worlds, and we within them, are made of words. Hidden words, invisible to you, yet part of all things. We are a story. Your actions give life to the story, and the story gives meaning to your life.
Interesting. Not going to jump down there unless I know there's a way back up. Right, let's interact with this terminal. Right, progress rep1.eml, mail error.dat, and beginnings.txt. Progress rep... Oh, is that... No, that's not rep1, that's repl. Repl, that sounds familiar. What does repl stand for? Oh, you're right, because their lowercase l does look different. You're absolutely right. Yes, reply is a good guess in any case. That could be reply 1. I just want to quickly check for my own sake. What, if anything, does REPL stand for? Is that like run, evaluate, and something else? Or am I just confused? Read, evaluate, print, loop. That's what I was thinking of. That's what you would do if you were building a very primitive command line, I think. If you were trying to, for example, take a interpreted language and then have it run itself. But yes, you are right, it is definitely a 1. Where was I? Progress underscore rep1.eml. From Nadia Sarabhai, that's the coordinator of the Institute, to Ian mailing list, subject Progress Report 1. Hi all, everything's been moved to the EL facility. Oh, what was EL? We never found out, did we? I guessed that it might be Elohim. I know it's been sad to leave the good old Jeff building behind, but it makes sense for us to be on site, especially as there may be severe power outages in the coming weeks. Arcadie's team are already working. But you really don't need to worry about the teams getting in each other's way. The facility is genuinely humongous. Let's get this show on the road. Nadia. Interesting. I guess I'll make a little note about that. So, connected to Nadia. Facility move. And let's have a look at what this ASCII says. Sorry, let me pay attention. 4C. 4C is a capital L. And then 4-9 is a capital I. Then 4-6 is going to be F. LIF. 4-5 is going to be E. Life. Then space. 5-5 is going to be U. To be clear, this is all in all caps so far. 4-8 is H. UH. Space. Is that right? UH. Yep. UH space. 4-6 is F. 4-9 is I. So FI. 4E is N. Fin. 4-4 is D. Find. Life. UH. Find. 5-3. 5-3 is S. Finds. Life. UH. Finds. Space. 4-1 is A. Life UH finds A. Then we have another space. Then we have 5-7 W. It's going to be way, isn't it? 4-1 A. And 5-9 is indeed Y. So life UH finds a way. As the name suggests, Yisha is a big fan of the Myst series, so I don't know, but I could imagine you may have encountered each other if you watch any other puzzle games. Oh, Life finds a way. Dr. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park, Jeff Goldblum. And Yisha also said, isn't that a quote from Jurassic Park? I haven't seen Jurassic Park in years. Years and years. But thank you. Both of you, that's helpful. Mail error.dat. From Arcady. Right, who was Arcady? I have a big list of their personnel. Arcady Chernishevsky. It sounds Russian, and my handwriting may not be the best. Chernishevsky or something like that, and he is the archive lead. So he is technically in a different group to the others, I seem to remember. I seem to remember there was one group working on whatever this project is, and another group that were in charge of the archives, and he is their lead, I believe. To 504 recipients. I'll keep this short. You all know me, so you know that I know what I'm talking about. I realise that you're all working on projects meant to somehow find a solution. I believe that preserve the non-biological components of, not in terms of, immediately. You'll find the details of my proposal in the attachment, but the short version is global undertaking. Okay, so the general impression I'm getting now, even though there is quite a lot of supposition, is that there was a group that was working on artificial intelligence and androids, and then there was some sort of cataclysmic event which threatened humanity. And that probably came to be in the year 8255, if we're to believe the hexadecimal dates we got at the beginning of the game. And that someone had the idea of trying to preserve humanity through androids, accepting the fact that the humans as a biological organism would pass on, but thinking that we could keep our culture alive through androids is my best guess at this point. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope that wasn't too loud. Right, what have we got? We have got an lowercase e. That's 65. We have got a lowercase h. We have got an lowercase o. So EHO. We have got an L. EHOL. Interesting. Yeah. Then we've got a... Isn't that a D? That is a D. EHOLD. A hold? Could that be behold? 2C. Pretty sure that's a comma. Indeed it is. Then we've got a space. Then we've got 49. 49. 49 is I. That's a capital I. So we've probably got behold I space 63 C 72 R. So CR, is this going to be created maybe? 65 is certainly E. 61 is A. 74 is indeed T. So we've got CREAT. 75 is E space. Okay. E hold, I create, space, 6E. 6E is N. 65 is going to be E. 77 is going to be W. New, space, 68 H. 65 E. 61 A. 76 is V. So HEAV. 65 E. So that could be heaven, but it's been cut off. I create new HEAVE. Then we have... Oh, blimey. Then we have 46, which is F. That's a capital F. Then we have 6F, which is O. Then we have 72, which is R. 4, 2C, which is space. Sorry, not space, comma. Then we have a space. Then we have 62, which is going to be B. So 4, comma. Then we have 65, which is E. Then we have 68, which is H. Then we have 6F, which is O. Then we have... Wait, where were we? We were here. Then we have C. The hex repeats itself, it seems. Look at the from it connects. Oh, there were more further down. Yes, indeed. What was I up to? 4B. I was up to here. Oh, I must have done that wrong. So 8C should have been L. For behold. Duh. Comma. Oh, I bet this repeats, as Yisha rightly pointed out. For behold, where was 4, 9, 20, 63, 72, 65. Yep, I'm satisfied that that's repeating. Right, we want 6, 1, followed by 7, 6, followed by 6, 5, 6. Hold on, what's the easiest way going to be to do this? So, 4, behold. Right, so from here, 4, 9, 20, 63, 72, 65, 61, 74, 65, 20, 6E, 65, 77, 20, 68, 65, 61, 76, 65. Okay, and now we get new stuff. It did at first, but there's more text coming. Yes, indeed. Looks like the text here is a superset of what was here. So we've got behold, for behold, I create new, and previously we'd got as far as heave, and we were predicting that that's probably heaven. And we have an N. Then we have 7, 3. S, heavens. Heavens. Then we have 6, 1, A. Then we have 6E. 6E is N. An. D, and. I create new heavens and A. N. E. 7, 7. That's W. And a new space. 6, 5. That's E. 6, 1, A. 7, 2. 7, 2 is R. E. 7, 4. T. Earth. That's going to be Earth, isn't it? We have H. Earth. And then 3A? What's 3A? Colon. 6, 1. 6, 1 is A. 6E is An. Well, N, so making An. Right. So far we have, for behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, colon, An. Then we have 6, 4. 6, 4 is... Hold on. There we go. That's all of it. 6, 4 is D. Oh, of course it would be. Space. Then we have 7-4, which is T. So D space T. 6-8, which is H. Where were we? Oh, did I? I skipped, didn't I? I think. No, I am in the right place. And then we have E. Then we have space, so the. Then we have 6-6F. Then we have 6F. O. Then we have 7-2. R. The 4. 6D. Form. 6-5E. 7-2. R. Former. Space. 7-3. S. 6-8. 6-8 is H. SH. 6-1 is A. Sha. 6C is L. Shall. L again. Shall space. 6E. 6E is N. 6F. 6F is O. No. 7-4 is T. Not. Space. So the former shall not. 6-2 B. 6-5 E. Space. 7-2 is R. 6-5 is E. 6D is M. Rem. 6-5 is E. 6D is M. This is going to be remembered, isn't it? 6-2 B. And then 6-5 E. 7-2 is R. Remember. 6-5 and 6-4 dud. Comma. So D, the former shall not be remembered. Comma. Space. 6E. 6E is N. 6F is O. 7-2 is R. Nor. Space. 6-3 is C. 6F is O. 6D is D. 6-5 is E. Space. So that's code. 6-9. 6-9 is I. Lowercase I. 6E is R, isn't it? No. It's 6E is N. In. Yep, I agree with all that. So, duh. The former shall not be remembered, nor code in. Nor code in. 6-4. That's D space 7-4. Is this going to be the same? Let's see. 20, 74, 60. Yep, so far this is all the same. 72. Yep. 6-1, 6C. 20... Wait. No, that's changed, hasn't it? Six, 8, 6, 1, 6C, 6C, 20. No, that is the same. 6E, 6F, 7, 4, 20, 6, 2, 6, 5, 20, 72, 65. So they're all the same up till there. 72, 65. Hold on. We get up to 72. 65, 64, 2C, 20, 6E, 6F. 7, 2. Then it goes to global. 20, 6, 3, 6F, 6D, 6, 5, 20. And then it carries on from here. So we didn't have that yet. 7, 4 is T. 6F is O. Space. 6D. M. 6, 9. 6, 9 is I. 6E. Min. 6, 4. Mind. 2E. Full stop. D. The former shall not be remembered nor code into mind. Nor code into mind? Have I made a mistake? That seems like... That seems so strange. No, oh, I did make a mistake. I thought I made a mistake. Yes, come into mind. I did the same thing I did before when I made a mistake. I looked at 6D and I thought, oh, it must be D. No, of course it isn't. That's M. Oh, that's alright. Orion? Lovely to have you. I will actually be finishing fairly soon, and my next stream of this specifically will be on Friday from 4 o'clock British time. I say British time, so, you know, London time. Well, we're not in summertime right now, so that would be GMT. Thank you for coming. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered nor come into mind. Isaiah 6517. Well spotted, Yesha. Ooh, Quern, you say? I'll have to add that to my list of games to look into. Right, where were we? Let's keep going. Beginnings. Strutton of Stagira on Beginnings. So this was that Greek philosopher who apparently had a very empirical approach. Ooh, is it on the Steam sale? I will have to give that a look. It is the grave error of many philosophers, not only of the Athenian schools but also of many others, that they begin not with observations of the cosmos as it surrounds us, but with a conclusion already in mind. And often that conclusion is that world was created ideal, and mankind itself the greatest creation of the gods. Yet neither the world nor the gods own mankind perfection. Yet neither the world nor the gods owe mankind perfection. It is arrogance itself to presume so, and contrary to all the methods of philosophy. The honest philosopher seeks only the truth, even if it bears no comfort, and he must begin by assuming, as Socrates said, that all he knows is that he knows nothing. Right, let's get the ASCII table out again. Right, lowercase t. Then we have H. Then we have E space, so the. Right, 7-5 U. Then we have 6E N, un. Then we have 6-5 E. Then we have 7-8, which is X, un-X. Then we have 7-8. Wait, no, I've already done that. That was the last one I did. Then we have 6-1, that's A. Then we have 6D, which is D. No. I'm not making that mistake again. That's M. Then we have 6-9, which is I. Unexamine, probably. What was I up to? I was up to 6-9, wasn't I? 6E N, as predicted. 6-5 E, unexamined, space, 6C L, 6-9 is I. Where was I? 6C, 6-9, 6-6 is F. Then 6-5 E, so life, space, 6-9 I. 7-3 S is, space, 6E N, 6F O. 7-4, is that T by any chance? It is not, space, 7-7 is W. 6F, that's O. 7-2, that's R. 7-4, that's T. Is 6-8H by any chance? It is. Life is not worth, space, 6C L. 6-9 I. Is this going to be living by any chance? We've got a V. We've got an I. We've got an N. And we've got a G. The unexamined life is not worth living. That does actually sound like a quote from Greek philosophy. Ancient Greek philosophy. New text added to journal. I have a journal? I didn't know I had a journal. That would have been useful to know before now. Does it even include audio?
When I was a little girl, one of our teachers, Mrs. Higgins, told us to make a time capsule. Write letters to the future so one day we could remember what it was like to be children.
Well then.
I thought it was stupid, so I didn't do it, which I really regret. So, I guess I'm gonna make one now, bury it in the archive instead of under a tree. I don't know if anybody will ever find it, but somehow it seems important to keep talking, to keep thinking.
That is handy.
For as long as I can.
I wish my real life memory was this well organised and inclusive. Well, this is suboptimal.
Behold, I am Elohim, and I speak unto the darkness. Be gone.
Okay.
Excess data cleared.
Okay. That was unexpected. What is that? What do we make of this? The last time I saw something like that, it was a audio log, but it had it looked like an envelope inside the glowing binary, or the glowing ones and zeros, not like a beach ball. That was spooky indeed. Well, one way to find out.
The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every human society in recorded history has games. We don't solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults. Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle, because we've always been a species of problem solvers.
Interesting. So that's probably some insight into what they were, the direction they were taking their AI development, I would suggest. Just guesswork on my part, of course. Oops. Very flat flowers they have here. They seem to be pre-pressed. Anywho, as much as I am enjoying this, and I very much am, I should probably stop there. Ooh, I should add someone to the list to thank, though. So, thank you, Orion. Yep, so I'll be streaming again on Wednesday, which will be my normal poetry and riddles. Then Friday will be more of the Talos Principle, and I can only imagine so will Saturday and Monday, as I don't think I'll have the game finished all that quickly. So yeah. I'm very glad that you enjoyed it, Yisha. I really am. Yep, good night. So, and good night everyone. Thank you for coming.